Well, good morning, and welcome to the workshop for Building Decarbonization, proceeding R1901-011. And before we get started, we have some emergency instructions for you, and Joanna, sitting there in the back, is going to start the video. Oh, clicker. I'm supposed to start the video. You press this maybe?
As you are aware, our #1 priority is safety. As such, we will address certain safety concerns in this venue. In the event of an emergency, please calmly proceed toward the exits. We have 4 exits, 2 in the rear and 1 on either side of the dais. In the event we need to evacuate the building, our assembly point is in the Garden Plaza area between the War Memorial Herbst Theater and the War Memorial Opera House on Van Ness. When going out the rear exits, head through the courtyard and down the front steps, then head south on Van Ness by crossing McAllister Street. You'll find the Garden Plaza area on your right immediately after walking past the Herbst Theater. When going out the side exits after heading out either exits, you'll find yourself on Golden Gate Avenue. From there, proceed east, turn south on Van Ness, and walk towards McAllister Street. After crossing McAllister, the Garden Plaza area will be on your right after passing the War Memorial Herbst Theater. In the event of an emergency, Executive Director Alice Stebbins will call 911, and our Public Advisor Allison Brown is certified in CPR and First Aid. Thank you for your attention.
Great. Just to get things started, I just wanted to introduce some of our staff who will not be up here today, but they have been very instrumental for making things happen in this proceeding and the staff proposal and everything and whatnot. And I'm just going to go around there's ALJ Julie Fitch, who's right there. Nick Zanjani from Energy Division is a couple rows in front of her. We have Shannon O'Rourke way in the back. She's a supervisor for the customer-owned generation section. Hal is in the room somewhere. Right there. ALJ Colin Rizzo is in the back there. And let's see, Abby, where did Abby go? Or is Abby? Oh, you're right in front of me. Abby, and I forgot how to pronounce your last name. Okay, don't worry about it. This is Abby. So she's an analyst on the Building Decarb team now, and I'm looking around to make sure that I didn't forget anyone who might be here, and I don't think I did. But these are all the folks that I've been working with, and it's been just in this agency who have been a wonderful team to work with on all this building decarbonization topic, and just wanted to give them a shout out and make sure you to talk to them during the break and whatnot. Before we get started, and my name is Rory Cox. I don't know. I want to make sure that I make myself look one good thing. And I'm an analyst and with Energy Division. So I just want to say that in the spirit of this workshop is really that we will be asking you questions as we go along. This is not we're just going to present stuff at you and expect you to come back at us. It's going to be, we're going to ask questions of you. We mailed a ruling that went out with the staff proposal a couple weeks ago, and that ruling had a lot of questions already. Now we've come up with more questions on top of those questions. So, this is being that this is a brand new program for us in a brand new topic area for us. There's a lot that we are, we want to know all the pieces of this and all the things that can go right and the things that can go wrong and whatnot, and we want to do this right. So that's the spirit of this is we're going to ask you questions and ask you to answer. And also, this is was the first time I've ever experienced this, but we're doing a live simulcast at the CEC in a conference room there, and a webinar, and they have a webinar there. So what's going to happen is after when we take comments and questions, we'll go over there to the command central over there, and they will ask if there's questions in the other room, and we'll get them through the WebEx, and we're going to see how that works. So with that, I'm going to bring up Martha from the CEC, and she can introduce herself.
Okay, my name is Martha Brooke. I'm currently advising Commissioner Andrew McAllister, who oversees energy efficiency, load management, and now most recently energy and natural gas planning work at the Energy Commission. I'm proud to be here and excited. I love seeing all of the California Building Decarb listserv members just in person. It's amazing. It's wow, I just thought you existed in my email, and here you are. No, it's really good energy in here, and I think we're going to have a great day. So this is the first time for me, even though I've been an Energy Commission employee for a long time, that I've participated in a joint staff workshop, staff proposal, and now workshop with the PUC, and on such a great topic. So it's been a great experience, and I wanted to also introduce Tiffany Mateo. Stand up, Tiffany. She was probably I'd say the lead author on Build, and Nick, I'm sorry, I'm not going to pronounce your last name, Nanish, and I already butchered it, I'm sorry. He's been mostly helping us on evaluation components, but he's also playing a lead role in our building decarb work at the Energy Commission going forward. And Reem Raef is an intern with us for the summer from UC Berkeley, and she won't be in school forever, so she might be needing a job, and she's awesome, so please introduce yourself to Reem at lunch. She's going to be running WebEx for us, but she's also been playing a critical role in reviewing and editing the joint staff proposal. So I'm here to facilitate, so I'm looking down at an agenda. Did you want me to go through and introduce the agenda first, and then, or just jump into the proceeding?
Oh, yeah, we would do the proceeding schedule first.
Okay, so it'd be great if I knew how to run this. Which I don't. Is this going to roll up or down, or? There we go. I'm just going to not do it in live time, so I'm going to make sure I have everything in front of me. That's it? Good. I guess right. So you're all here today because we actually did get a staff proposal out to you for your review earlier in July. And as you know, because you read the preceding proposal, that we've broken this proceeding into 4 phases. The first one is this pilot phase where we have $50 million a year for 4 years to spend wisely and really focus on ways to scale building decarbonization in the state. So that's what we're going to talk about today. We also have a phase 2, which is fire rebuild, which hopefully gets launched later this year. And phase 3 is integrating building decarbonization into codes and standards in early 2020, and in some ways piloted by Build, which we'll talk about. And then phase 4, early next year, really thinking within a broader framework of all of the different elements of building decarbonization that are happening in various proceedings at the Public Utility Commission, and how to integrate that into a larger long-term policy framework for the whole state of California. So super exciting. This is just the coolest proceeding ever. It's a very thoughtful, I think, approach to new work for both of our agencies, but super important and critical and timely work for to reach California's climate goals. So we will hear a little bit about fire rebuild today, which will sort of get you thinking about phase 2. And let's see what's next queued up. Is this where I jump right in to the next part of the agenda? Okay, so just because I'm looking at an agenda, we're going to have lessons from a post-fire construction program next from Nick Dunphy at TRC. That's going to be our fire rebuild part of our agenda today. And then after that, we're going to talk about the concept of a prize, innovative prize type of a program that might become an element and hopefully in our tech program. And so we're going to do those both before lunch. And then after lunch, we're going to go through the main components of our staff proposal and get some feedback from you and ask you questions, as Rory has mentioned, and really get you queued up to provide excellent comments into our docket. So with that, I'm going to invite Nick to come up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nick Dunphy. I'm with TRC, and we are the third-party implementer, current third-party implementer of the California Advanced Homes Program for PG&E, and that extended over to the Advanced Energy Rebuild Program when they got permission to expand that program to assist the affected homes in Northern California. So the Advanced Energy Rebuild, it's a collaboration. It's multiple programs that are running as different programs in the background, but to forward-facing, it's one program to participants. So it's a collaboration between Sonoma Clean Power, Pacific Gas and Electric, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. MCE has actually joined in with some funding through BachMet as well. So they're actually taking part in this now. The program was recently awarded a Bay Area Metro Award, and these awards were focused on collaboration, and we're very proud to have received this award for the program. So a little bit about the program design. So this started with an advice letter approved by the commission that allowed the CAP program to expand their incentives and double them for folks that were rebuilding from the fire. And that goes with the property or with the property owner. So a property owner rebuilding within PG&E territory is eligible for this, or someone rebuilding on an affected property is also available. We wanted to simplify the program because now we're dealing with homeowners as opposed to production builders, and I'm going to get into some of those caveats a little bit later on. But for that reason, we decided to simplify the program, and we set up a two-tiered system where basically there's a set incentive that's available for split commodity homes that are receiving natural gas and electric service, and there's another tier of incentive that's available for homes that are going all electric. We came up with a mechanism that's allowing us to deliver 50% of the reserved incentives up front for these homeowners, which is something we don't do in a typical production build program. And we did that because we really want to help these homeowners get back on their feet, be able to start building and to be able to keep their contractor paid and keep them on site because there is a real lack of labor in the North Bay right now. And like I said, we wanted to really make sure this was one public-facing program. So while we're pulling multiple funding sources to the participant, to the builders, to the homeowners, this just looks like one cohesive program up front. But really in the background, we're pulling funding from three sources, reporting things in different ways to different folks in the background. So there's two different pathways. There's a flexible performance path and there's a menu-based path. And you can look at this like code compliance. This is your performance path and your prescriptive path. And with that, we have the Advanced Energy Home, which is your split commodity home. Those homes are eligible for up to $7,500 in incentives. And the all-electric homes are eligible for up to $12,500. And either one of those options can add on a solar option But to be eligible for the solar option, it's not just solar. This has to be solar with battery storage in order for them to receive the 5,000 bonus. So that means a split commodity home could receive a total of up to $12,500, and an all-electric home can receive a total of up to $17,500 in incentives for the rebuild. So a little bit about the pathways. The flexible performance path is pretty straightforward. We want you to be 20% above 2016 Title 24. And for the split commodity, we also require that all end uses be wired for electric. Even if they're putting in natural gas, we want to require that pre-wire in order that future homeowners have the option to easily switch fuel source. And also so that future programs know these homes are going to be much more affordable to retrofit over to all electric as opposed to homes that have not been pre-wired. The only other additional requirement is the electric vehicle charging station, which Sonoma Clean Power actually provides that equipment for free, and it's already in Cal Green for the pre-wire for the conduit. So this should be no additional cost to any of the homeowners to meet this additional requirement. So you're 20% above code, you pre-wire all electric, you install your EV charger, you're eligible for the $7,500. Now say you don't hit your 20% above code, you can also take a prescriptive path. I'm not going to go through the details of this, but we're basically looking for advanced measures, and these also include not only efficiency measures, but some water efficiency measures, and just some best practices that we wanted to see adopted within these homes. So the all-electric is very similar, 20% above code and all-electric with an EV charging station, and you're eligible for the $12,500. Or we also have a menu-based path for the all-electric as well, which requires things like induction cooking, requires heat pump water heaters, and has a little bit more stringent requirement to get to that $12,500 amount. If you wanted more information on these, on the prescriptive path, we can discuss offline. I just don't want to take the time to go through all the requirements during the presentation. I am going to talk about about a couple requirements we have. If you go through the prescriptive method, we require a high-performance attic, and we also require ducts and conditioned space. We do make an exception for fully sealed attics, even though code does not consider these ducts in the fully sealed attic to be in conditioned space. We accept them for the program. And we do that for the reason that with a fully sealed attic, it's a fire prevention measure. Many fires start not from the outside of the home, but from embers being pulled into the soffits, into the openings, and come into the attic space or into the crawl space, and they start the fire from inside the home. So we've allowed the fully sealed attic to hit both requirements of a high-performance attic and the ducts and conditioned space, simply for the fire resiliency aspect of it within the program. Another very unique feature of this program that came at the insistence of Sonoma County is we actually are incentivizing ADUs on these properties. That's to help the housing issue. It's to get additional housing. We know all these homes aren't going to be rebuilt. The more that we can get rebuilt with an ADU on the property, the more housing we have in the area, and it's just going to help the housing issues in general. And for those additional dwelling units, we give out 50% of the full incentive for the second dwelling unit on the property. So the first dwelling unit that's built on the property is eligible for the $7,500 or the $12,500, and the second one's eligible for 50% of that incentive. We promoted some educational opportunities around the program, especially when the program first launched. KBEC came up and gave a CEA exam. The program does require a certified energy analyst to complete the documentation, just like the CAP program. We find that we have much less QA/QC time, and there's much better quality that the homeowners are receiving from those CEAs. So we offered an exam in Santa Rosa that was actually subsidized for local residents to take the exam and become certified by Sonoma Clean Power. And then Sonoma Clean Power also incorporated an induction cooktop lending program that's been very successful, where they allow customers to rent out an induction cooktop for free to take home and try out, and they've gotten some very, very positive feedback from the results of the lending program. So like every hero, AAR deserves an origin story. In October 2017, both PG&E and SCP were working to develop programs, and this really started before the fires were even out. We started having these conversations about what we were going to do for these affected homeowners. In November, December 2017, PG&E and Sonoma Clean Power decided to combine efforts so that we weren't implementing competing programs. We wanted to make sure that we weren't competing for customers, we weren't confusing customers, so we wanted to join forces and make sure that we were, going out with one cohesive program, which honestly was a bit trying in the beginning. PG&E being resource funded doesn't really have the ability to promote all electric, and Sonoma Clean Power coming into this didn't want to incentivize homes that were not all electric. So there was a lot of back and forth to finally land on these pathways that we came up with. And the electric pre-wire, I feel, was a big part of making that happen. In January, February 2018, Sonoma Clean Power attained additional funding from BACMed for heat pump technologies and carbon-reducing technologies that we're able to incorporate in the program. And in May of 2018, we actually launched the program and went public, which honestly, for anybody that's dealt with program design and implementation, to be able to not only get a program off the ground this fast, but to get a program off the ground this fast, pulling in all these different entities, was quite a feat, and it's pretty impressive. And getting advice letters approved from the PUC in order to do all this. So pulling all these entities together and really, really putting all of our efforts into this, it was quite a task to get this up and running as quickly as we did. So just the roles of the different entities. PG&E is supporting with resource funding through a CPUC advice letter that allowed them to double the incentives that we're currently offering for the residential new construction programs. And they're responsible for the majority of the program implementation costs through the mechanism of the existing California Advanced Homes program. Sonoma Clean Power is using internal funding that they set aside for GHG reduction, and their role as far as implementation was more on the outreach and marketing side. Since they're the local CCA, they have the boots on the ground, they have the contacts with the local individuals, so we relied heavily on SCP for the marketing and outreach to get the word out about the program. BACMed on the background is providing funding for GHG reducing technologies. So that's for heat pump water heaters, heat pump space heaters, and the solar and battery storage options. They're providing additional funding through Sonoma Clean Power. And then TRC, as a third party, we're responsible for the program implementation, design consulting, and the actual processing, the infrastructure of the program. And then we were also responsible for stakeholder education as far as educating the industry, the energy consultants, the builders, the HERS raters in the area. And really, without pulling all three of these together, all four of these entities together, the program wouldn't be as successful as it is today. So just a little bit of difference in the rebuild programs from what a typical new construction program looks like. And the big difference, it all boils down to the fact that we are dealing with custom homes and individual homeowners and not production builders. So this is kind of there's a lot of additional administrative thought that goes into these homes. So just for example, with the traditional program, the developer owns all the land. With AAR program, all these homes are already owned by individual homeowners. So that means that every home is one application, it's one plan, it's one QA, QC, and because we're doing the upfront incentives, now we process 2 incentives for every single home that comes through. When typical program under the CAP, when we deal under the CAP program, when we deal with the production builder, you get one application for an entire development. That could be 250 homes. Those 250 homes could have just 5 plans to review because those 5 plans are being used across the whole program. So you get into a lot more of these one-offs. Every single custom home is a plan review. It's an application. It's 2 incentive processing. So there's a lot of administrative differences between this and a typical typical new construction program, but it leads to some real advantages as well. Because now we're dealing with a homeowner and not a production builder. A production builder is building a home to the bottom line. They want to build a home with the highest profit margin possible. And when they're looking at programs, they want to look at, do the incentives offset the cost of the incremental cost of the measures you're asking us to implement? Where now, building with a homeowner, we actually have the ability to educate these homeowners on the life cycle cost, the true life cycle cost of these measures. What are the true benefits to the homeowner and the occupants of the home? Things that the production builder just does not honestly care about in the first place. They're dealing with, what they can sell the home for and the bottom line. And this gave us the opportunity to really educate these homeowners through the program, and we hope that this results in some sort of spillover when they make their next housing choices, when they build their next home, that they're actually pushing their builders to implement these measures without a program, and that they're actually looking for some of these measures when they go to purchase their next home. So now I'm going to run through some of the numbers, and these numbers are through the end of May. These align with the advice letter report that was given to the CPUC earlier this year. These numbers are, like I said, these are through the end of May. The numbers are quite a bit higher now currently. So we have a total of 105 total applications. That's 104 single-family homes. We have 7 ADUs and 96 multifamily units. We have 1 multifamily building that's come through the program. Of those, 33 of those applications have been all electric, and we're capturing about 6% of all permits being pulled in Sonoma and Mendocino currently. So these are the enrollment statistics. We had enrolled 65 single-family projects, 1 multifamily. It's 161 dwelling units. 28 of those projects are all electric. 12 of those projects are taking the PV and battery bonus. So just to be clear, the 12 are people that are installing PV and battery. Some folks are installing just PV. So out of those 28 all electric, 27 of those have actually installed PV and battery systems. 12 are PV systems. Only 12 have installed the battery to go along with it to get the bonus. So the solar number is actually higher than this appears. 31 of those projects are using heat pump water heating, and 40 of those projects are using heat pump space heating. So we're looking at total enrolled kWh savings, and these are efficiency savings. These are not taking into account solar. These are how the CAP program needs to report to the PUC. These numbers are much higher when we take into account the solar. So our total enrolled is a little over 9,000 kWh. That's 60 kWh per dwelling unit. When we look at solar, this number actually goes up to about 4,300 kWh per unit on average. And the homes that are adopting solar, we're about 16,000 kWh per home on those homes. Total enrolled therms, we're at about 62,000 therms. That's 387 therms per dwelling unit. We're at 2.1 tons per dwelling unit of CO2 for a total of 340 tons of CO2 removed annually. We reserved just under $1 million in incentives, and our average percent above Title 24 is about 24% above Title 24 for all enrolled homes. The average incentives for a single-family home have averaged $9,615, and you can see the breakout of the incentive dollars per for each entity involved. Again, I will reiterate that a lot of the costs are shared administratively, heavier towards PG&E, where SCP has more of the incentive dollars. So it really kind of equals out when you look at it at a higher level. And then the multifamily average is $920 from PG&E, $2,830 from SCP, for a total of $3,750 per unit average on our multifamily dwellings. So as a program implementer, this is something that we never see from production builders. This is unsolicited feedback that we've received from homeowners. This was not us reaching out This was homeowners that when they received their incentive check, turned around and sent us an email thanking us for educating them about the efficiency in their home, for providing them the funding that they needed to have an improved home with better indoor air quality. And as a program implementer, it's just really blew me away to see these coming through, because you don't see these. You never have a production builder send you a thank you to thank you for the incentives for their housing development. So this is the unsolicited feedback we received. Recently, the CPUC approved an advice letter that allowed the program to expand into the Paradise area for the fires that took place in 2018. And as part of that, we did a survey for participants and non-participants both in the Sonoma-Mendocino areas through the Sonoma Clean Power, just to get some feedback. And we got some really, we got some good education out of the feedback, and the fact that these homeowners are going through a process that's not like a typical rebuild. It's not like a typical new production. They have to wait for the water to be cleared. They have to wait for the site to be cleared to be built on. And a lot of them viewed the program as an additional step that the money just wasn't worth taking the time to enroll. So something that we're working on in the expansion is we're working on educating the homeowners of how this program fits into their process, and actually step by step how it works. And we don't require any additional paperwork beyond an application from what they already need to produce for compliance. So we're working in the rebuild in the Paradise area to really work hand in hand with these folks to try to work them through the process and show them how the program aligns with the process they're already going through, and that it's really not much additional work. It's really just an application and making sure that you get the right people involved at the right times. And one other thing that we're working on in the rebuild for Paradise areas, we're currently working with manufactured homes developers. There were about 35 manufactured home communities that were destroyed. And given the income level in the Paradise area, we are hoping to be able to extend these incentives into some manufactured homes arena so that we can get some help out to these folks that might not be building a typical Title 24. Yeah, let's take questions.
Hey, good morning. Michael Colvin from Environmental Defense Fund. Thanks for a great presentation. Just a couple of really quick clarification questions. The advanced dwelling unit that you talked about with that extra 50%, was there metering requirements or anything else specific to that additional unit? Did it need to be separately metered? How did that work? And then for the electric vehicle requirements that Sonoma Clean Power did, was there any kind of use rate requirement or anything else to incent EV charging that was sort of going to promote, decarbonization and not just electric vehicle deployment? Was there any requirements there? Thanks so much.
Okay. So I will cover the first half of that. For the ADUs, we just require that they be permitted as an ADU, that the residents on the permit be permitted as an accessory dwelling unit is the only requirement we have there. And I will let Rachel take the question.
Yeah, for the electric vehicle charging stations, we have a sister program called Grid Savvy, which is our demand response program, which is a layer onto everything. So we're actually sending remote signals to either ramp up or down those residential charging stations, depending on grid need. So not required to be TOU, but we do a lot of that with our program.
We have a question from the WebEx. Is there a similar program for Thomas and or Woolsey fire rebuilding in Southern California Edison service area?
So I know that there is an advice letter currently under consideration at the CPUC to allow that program to expand down there. It's still under consideration. Yep.
And that's what he's working on.
This is Martha Brooke. I have a question. So what percentage of those permits is the program targeting? So you got 6%. does the budget and the inspiration of the program, were you targeting a certain percent of the population there?
So we weren't really targeting a percentage, we were targeting a number of homes. And we've definitely picked up a head of steam over the last few months. Those numbers we're up over 200 dwelling units now. The last couple months we've had a lot more activity. And we're just seeing the permit activity tick up in the region over the last 3 or 4 months. It's taken that long for folks to get their property approved to start rebuilding. We were targeting around 400 homes. And depending on the current advice letter approval, I think that we will come close to hitting those numbers.
Thank you. My name is Ariel Strauss with Small Business Utility Advocates. I noticed that one of your numbers at 28 out of the 161, I believe, houses went all electric. What were some of the barriers that you experienced to increasing that number, and why did some of those homeowners or so many of them choose to stay with both systems?
Honestly, majority of the time, and this is true in other programs I'm involved with, that decision comes down to 2 end uses: induction cooking and their fireplace. And most of the time it's the induction cooking. Folks don't want to give up cooking with natural gas. But honestly, in the Sonoma area and Santa Rosa area, we got a lot of feedback for fireplaces, a lot more, and it's more in the higher end homes. But we definitely got a lot of pushback for folks that wanted to install natural gas strictly for fireplaces and cooking. And like I say, that's pretty much across the board, the pushback in most of the electrification programs in operation right now. A lot of the builder feedback is they don't feel that they're able to sell a home that doesn't have natural gas cooking. They don't think the market's ready to purchase those.
Conrad Asper with PG&E. I want to also comment. I think, as Nick had pointed out before, these people have been through a lot as well, and they kind of just want back what they had. So I think that's a little bit of a motivating factor as well. One might look at this as an opportunity for electrification. And I think we have to be very careful with the sensitivities around these fire victims that have gone through so much. So I say a word of caution there as far as trying to push electrification. However, I think offering that and making sure that they know the opportunities and options and the costs associated with both are pretty important. So we did try to provide as much education as we could for those.
And we developed webinars specifically for homeowners internally at TRC that I actually removed all engineers from having anything to do with the development of it, so that we could actually speak to homeowners and try not to speak over their head when we talk about these measures. And we actually had some of our administrative staff put it together with interviewing us so that we were delivering a message that was palatable to a homeowner as opposed to our typical outreach we do to builders and the industry that's familiar.
I have one from the WebEx. Do you have any idea about some program results that on loaned out electric induction units?
Yeah, so this is Rachel from Sonoma Clean Power. We've had that program now up running for about a year, and certainly if this person wants to connect with me we do a very detailed survey after the fact when we lend them out. So we've lent out about 100. We ask some qualifying questions about what cooktop they're using currently. Most are gas. Once they cook on induction, results are really favorable. So we're trending about a score of, I think, 9 out of 10 of people saying they would like to make the switch to induction, and about a third of folks who are rebuilding who do make that decision as a result of that program. But it's a really easy program for us to implement and really favorable responses once they figure out what induction is.
Morning. Eric Hoffman, President of Utility Workers Union of America, Local 132. I have sort of a two-part question. First is, do any of you know off the top of your head what the greenhouse gas emissions that were emitted from the Paradise, Thomas, and Woolsey fires? That's question one.
Not off the top of my head, no.
The reports that I got from CARB were significant, to say the least. And just to point out that all those fires, at least for what we know, were caused by down power lines. So I want people to consider when we go to a one-stop shop for a fuel source, which we already know that we're going to be shutting down in high wind concentration areas, that we're going to be losing our one source of energy. So when the winds come up, instead of using gas, we're going to shut the power off. We're no longer going to have the ability to heat water. We're no longer going to have the ability to use our fireplace. We're not going to have the ability to cook because we shut off the power. So I want everyone to understand that when we do this, I get it. There's a lot of academic elites in this room. I can appreciate that. A lot of smart people, but there's also a lot of people that we're not thinking about. In areas I represent in Compton, in East LA, South Central Los Angeles, this is just, it's nuts. But anyway, so my question is, are we prepared to move to that situation where we're ready to roll with one source of energy? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to take that.
I do have a question. Yes. So we kind of had a unique situation with, PG&E, Sonoma Clean Power, and BACMed, and it seems like every community in California is now a unique situation with multiple parties providing energy and energy services and whatnot. And the idea of this proceeding is, how can hopefully we didn't just catch our lightning in a bottle once and we'll never be able to do it again. We want this kind of collaboration to happen again, what was offered there. And I guess we're looking for, we're really looking for, what is the advice you can give to us to move this and replicate something like this in future fire zones? The idea is that we can roll this out without any, without having to do an advice letter. It's just ready to go. Yeah.
So the first thing that I would say is the use of a third-party implementer, and this is kind of me tooting our own horn right now, but the use of a third-party implementer made getting this program up and off the ground as quickly as it did accessible. Without a third-party implementer to deal with each entity individually, so it's an individual contract with each entity as opposed to them trying to deal with one another. They're able to funnel funds through the third-party entity. We actually set up through Sonoma Clean Power, was able to set up an escrow account with us, so we have funds sitting there ready. As soon as a project is approved, we have a check in the homeowner's hands within 2 weeks. Without a third-party implementer, that doesn't happen. And then we just backbill PG&E for their portion of that. So I really feel that, as a third-party implementer, that without our intervention in this, I don't think it would run as smoothly, and I definitely don't think that we would have been able to get up and off the ground nearly as quickly as we did.
Yeah, echoing that, I'd say what we've kind of discovered being so far in this process is that PG&E and SCP really complement each other really well, and we have, I think, unique strengths. So I will say PG&E was phenomenal in just having this infrastructure in place. And honestly, we couldn't have done this without them, of being able to just really easily and nimbly start cutting checks to customers, and that was important to us. I will say they were really flexible in being able to alter the program and make it something that was unique and suitable for average customers, and that was pretty critical as well. And I think where SCP really helps is being able to be there physically on the ground, meeting with customers, If I wasn't here, I'd probably have 8 meetings with Advanced Energy Rebuild customers today. So it's a lot of effort just being there on the ground, and I think that's really critical when you look at these programs, not just having the big utility, but having that partner who can really speak to people who are rebuilding.
And I would agree with Rachel on that. You know, when you were talking about the roles, you had said that they were kind of the marketing support and stuff like that, but I can't emphasize enough how, I mean, it's actually an individual, it's Rachel, but I mean, the hand-holding that goes on is pretty significant. So having that, and what we've done up in the Paradise area for PG&E's program up there is we have partnered with our Energy Watch partner, Nortec, who has a group that's, you know, people that are on the ground there. And so we're able to, we'll see how that rolls out over time because we're still early in the process there. But I think, yes, definitely having that connection and marketing on the ground was important.
Hello, this is Becky Menton, Center for Sustainable Energy. One of the things I think is so awesome about what you all have in the Sonoma program is the infrastructure that Sonoma is bringing to the table, Sonoma Clean Power, with the Grid Savvy program as well. Given the fire shutoffs, given the comments about need for additional resiliency, I'm curious if there's been exploration or consideration of bringing additional funds to the table, either from PG&E, Sonoma, or elsewhere, to explore storage incentive, to explore having behind-the-meter storage added on to the load management program as well, and if that's a model that could be considered in making this program or this pilot a statewide thing.
Yes, so Grid Savvy, which is our demand response program, we definitely do see it as a layer onto everything. What's really sort of unique about these all-electric homes is we're starting to get data on them, and they can either be really good grid resources or they can look like little mini duck curves. So it's really important for us to start integrating with these things, and we're finding a variety of impacts in terms of load just depending on which manufacturer, say a battery storage vendor, is. So we're knee-deep in studying that and looking forward to expanding the program to cover various DERs.
And I'm not 100% sure on the relationship between our grid interaction and battery storage group and their integration with the customer. I think if you have the customer...
You are helping.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so I mean, she knows more about it than I do. So.
Hi, this is Abhi from PUC. So I'm going to slightly push back on your tooting your own horn, but we appreciate you did great work. So it's not really pushback, but just from the perspective of the seat we sit in, could you give us some idea of how much it costs per dwelling unit to have a third-party implementer be the central force? Like how much money is it extra for having a third-party implementer? Is there some calculation like that?
I have never run numbers like that to know what it would cost for the IOU to operate internally to compare that to.
No, my question is not what it would cost IOU to operate internally. My question is, for this project, hiring a third-party implementer meant how much extra dollars per dwelling unit?
I can't tell you how much extra it would cost without knowing what it would have cost for the IOU to do it initially. You're asking for an incremental cost, and I don't know what that initial cost is. And I've never done the math on the other side per dwelling unit. I've never looked at it in that method. So I don't have an answer for that currently.
Look at it fractional, not incremental. What fraction went to TRC? What fraction went to SPC? How much per, when you tally up total project dollars and divide by the number of units.
No, I don't have those numbers in front of me to do those. Yeah. Right. Thank you.
George Nesbitt, HERS Raider, as well as many other things. Start with a question about electrification. I think for a lot of people, decarbonization and electrification are a foregone conclusion. although I don't necessarily think it's the only path. And historically, a lot of people may have went electric only because they didn't have natural gas service available to them. You also have people who then also went off-grid because the cost of bringing in the grid was too high. So it was cheaper to invest in solar, batteries, and I would probably say predominantly with some form of gas backup, maybe a nice dirty diesel. So my first question, I guess, is the houses, I'm going to re-ask the question that was asked earlier, but I'm going to ask it differently. Why did those 28 homes choose to go all electric? Is it because they were in a more rural part of the burn area where they don't have natural gas service? Or are they where they have natural gas service, they chose to go electric? You know, that's, yeah.
Yeah, so it actually is really hard for either of us to gauge propane use, but we did look at this. I would say it's split between folks who were rural. We do have a big portion of our customers who are rural who were offsetting propane and going all electric. We do have a portion of those folks who were all electric before who are rebuilding all electric. And then we have a whole slew of folks who are more urban homes who are electrifying for the first time. So we can certainly, I know we've crunched those numbers before internally and be happy to follow up with folks on a more dedicated push on what that looks like. But I'd say it's a mix, honestly, of different drivers.
Yeah, I mean, because electric, and especially with heat pump, is probably going to be cheaper than propane, and has been for ages. Another question is, so you required houses that are installing gas to pre-wire for electric. Can you expand a little bit on what you're requiring them to actually do? I mean, one of the hazards with pre-wiring anything is, are you actually pre-wiring it correctly? So the energy code, I think, went to some pre-wiring stuff for like water heaters, but if it's only a 110-volt circuit, that will not support a heat pump.
So yeah, we have a list of requirements. We're requiring, I don't know what they are exactly off the top of my head, but we are requiring wire to the box to be wired, there to be a breaker in the box, everything be pre-wired, ready for somebody to come in, take a unit and plug it in and go.
I mean, ideally it would support the capacity and the voltage of what you might expect to go in.
I can say it does, and if you want to dig into the requirements, they're on the program website, but we do require 220/240 as every appliance.
So that brings up issues. You ever hear of this thing called the HERS rating system, California Energy Commission, Title 20? Some of us in this room helped develop it over a decade ago. So when we rate a home, and if it's wired for electric, so let's say you have a dryer, a clothes dryer, but let's say it's gas. But let's say there is a large plug there for an electric dryer. As a HERS rater, the Energy Commission said we have to rate the home as if it was an electric dryer. So that gets into sort of the energy design rating. So it's a gas home, but you're having to put electric. Honestly, for code compliance is different between an electric home and a gas home. So it's complying as a gas home, but it could become an electric home. And I can probably guarantee that a lot of the electrification, the solar industry has been pushing electrification. I've seen customers that had high bills put in solar, and they still had a $1,000 a month bill because the solar people told them to plug more crap in. Right, electric resistance heating. So, you know, a lot of electrification, even if it's a heat pump water heater, only one item, not the whole house, is probably being done completely outside of Title 24, Part 6 Energy Code compliance.
So, me facilitating, I don't want you to go anywhere. You still have to answer some questions. Let's try and keep to our 11 o'clock budget. So if we could get through our next 2 speakers, that'd be awesome. Thanks.
Dan Bush, Public Advocate's Office. Just a quick question. I recall that PG&E's advice letter originally for this program was premised around a particular opportunity that we had a code change coming up, but folks were rebuilding. They weren't required to meet the 2019 code yet. And so the idea was we had this opportunity to incentivize some additional savings that weren't otherwise required. With the 2019 code change coming in very quickly, can you sort of explain a little more, like what is the opportunity at this point? Is that opportunity still there? Are you going to try and push further? What are the incremental sort of effects of the program now that your 2019 code within a few months is going to be mandatory? Could you speak to that a little more?
So the program is designed to move people to the 2019 code before the 2019 code goes into effect. That is still going on. People getting permits now will be under that 2016 Title 24 code requirements, and so there is code, relevance and push as far as energy savings for those homes. We have filed an advice letter for extension, but that's something that's in the works right now, so I don't really feel right to talk about that at this point.
Right, hang on. So I work with Dan, Public Advocate's Office. How does what you just said square with the advice letter that PG&E has filed? I mean, the advice letter is filed. So what you just said doesn't square with the advice letter PG&E filed 2 weeks ago, which would extend this into 2020 and would effectively incentivize people to build at code.
Again, there's an advice letter underway. I don't know if a public forum here is the right place to talk about that. You can certainly file comments on that, and I'm confident that we will. Thank you.
Hi, Scott Blunk with SMUD, and we also doing quite a bit of electrification, and just to put it on the record, relative to gas cooking, we gave away 400 portable units and did survey results after people were able to use them for a long, extended period of time. 91% agreed they preferred it from gas, or at least felt it was an equivalent and they would have no problem switching. New construction, we have 1,400 homes in the queue to be built in the next 2 years in SMUD territory under our program. That's building 2 code, all electric. The point isn't saving energy, it's saving carbon. The first couple, 200 to 300 homes are constructed. Sales have kept pace with expectations of whether gas was there or not. In our existing homes, we've done over 800 heat pump water heaters in the last year, converted those customers from gas, and over 400 space heating. We've heard 0 customer complaints on any of those measures. And also feel that, heat pump water heaters are a resiliency measure compared to an on-demand gas water heating. And we talk about if electricity goes out, we will just power our whole home with gas. But gas requires safety features to keep things from going wrong, and those safety features are controlled by electricity. So I just want to kind of put that on the record too. Thank you for your work. Great program. Keep it up.
Carrie Brown, Resource Refocus.
Carrie, can you speak into the mic?
Yeah. Nick, I was wondering if you know why you had more heat pump heaters than water heaters. Was that a customer decision or some site limitation?
Yeah, those are customer decisions from all I can gather.
Yeah, I would say locally, just heat pumps for space heating have hit the market already, so it tends to be something that we get a lot of projects already coming to us with that heat pump for space heating. The water heater tends to be by default a natural gas tankless unless we really engage with them to switch that out. So,
and those numbers flesh out across the state. In general, the state's at about 5% penetration of heat pump space heating, about 1% heat pump water heating.
So is that like a lack of product available? Not enough?
Not if you ask the manufacturers. Yeah, I think it's just education. It's just people becoming aware of the technology. I think education is really key in all of this, educating the public so they're aware of these technologies.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm going to keep pushing us along. Nick, that was great. Thank you all. That was very, very helpful. And I know I cut 2 questions off. I really encourage you to come back. I do think there's going to be relevancy to build at a minimum this afternoon, so I hope you do ask your questions, or if we have time after the next session, which is now, and we have Christine and Allison that is going to talk to us about the prize concept for innovation. Thanks. That's mine. That's okay. Thanks, Conrad. No, that's okay. Good morning. Can we do it here?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Allison Labonte. I'm with the CPUC as a supervisor in the residential energy efficiency and portfolio approval. And I wanted to take some time before I introduce our speaker just to refresh folks on the context for this idea of what the space is for prize that's being considered in the staff proposal. Just quickly, AB 3232 has a goal of a 40% GHG reduction from buildings' direct emissions. 75% of that is in residential buildings, and of that, 80% is space and water heating. So the SB 1477, which this proceeding was open to address in the first phase, rolling out in CPUC in consultation with the CEC, build and tech pilots are intended to demonstrate ways and approaches to achieving those significant reductions. In particular, the tech pilot, and tech stands for technology and equipment for clean heating, is in the existing home space. $30 million of the staff proposal is projected to go towards that, in particular upstream and midstream efforts, as well as the $2 million towards prize administration and prize purse funds. So it's my pleasure to be able to introduce Christine Harada. Christine is president of IX Investments, a company that invests in the critical areas of human need, for example, renewable energy, affordable housing, gender equality, technology and waste reduction, and food and agriculture. Ms. Harada has over 20 years of success in leading government and management consulting organizations. She has an extensive experience in business strategy and translating that into operational excellence. Recently, she is partner with Ridge Lane LP and is a fellow with the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator. Before returning to the private sector, Christine served as the Federal Chief Sustainability Officer for the Obama administration. In this role, she provided oversight for all sustainability-related initiatives across the federal government. In energy, fleet, and acquisitions, making game-changing improvements that added to our nation's clean energy future. Prior to the White House role, Christine was the acting chief of staff at the U.S. General Services Administration. Christine holds multiple postgraduate degrees ranging from finance and international studies to aeronautics and astronautics. At X-Prize, Christine is a bold innovator. It's actually a title for a role at X-Prize. And in this role, Christine designed an X-Prize to combat air pollution. So we're really fortunate to have Christine thank you for traveling here today to present to us your thoughts on the use of a prize and approaching some of the ambitious goals we're after.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. Beyond what, just to build a little bit more on what Alice was just saying about the prize concept, I think this is a fantastic opportunity for us here in the state of California to help push innovations forward. Not that California is short at all on the innovation front, but I think this is anything and everything that we can do to help address the climate risk that we're having at hand, in my opinion, is all good. Just a quick show of hands. How many of you are familiar with the prize concept or have experience with prizes at all? Okay, there's a handful. Oh, a lot more? Fantastic, that's good. Okay, so I have a couple of slides here that I'd like to talk through for those of us who may not be as familiar. Please obviously chime in as you all have questions, et cetera. I think we do have some time set aside for after my 4 or 5 slides to talk through some of your ideas and thoughts and questions around prizes and how we might be able to best leverage that. So, forward, green button. I have multiple engineering degrees, but I struggle with the pointer. This is just awful. You're my antenna. Okay, great. So there's a couple of things I want to make sure that I explore with you today. So what role do prizes actually play? And what are some of the attributes of what might be defined in terms of a prize? And what are some examples of where we've actually used prizes in the government? And lastly, how can we best leverage this for the CPUC and CEC's tech program? So the role of prizes, there's a couple of great examples in history that you all may be already aware of. And I have them here in the images. So in 1714 was probably the first recorded history of a prize actually being used when the British government, Parliament actually set out a prize for the person who can solve the longitudinal issue by developing the first marine chronometer. It was a huge prize purse at the time, and we successfully developed that, or rather they successfully developed that in 1714 timeframe, and that design did not change, fundamentally speaking, for hundreds of years. And a second, more recent example of that was a Charles Lindbergh flight from transatlantic flight, right from New York to Paris in 1927 for the first solo flight. And there's some really interesting things around how that changed people's mindset around how we can approach solving these particular issues. And there's a lot of great history around how Charles Lindbergh redesigned his aircraft so that he could be able to do it. He had to plan out, where he's going to go to sleep, how or if he's going to sleep. He didn't. How is he going to make sure that he's surviving by eating and drinking, and of course, making sure that he's able to make the flight itself. Tremendous advances also in guidance as well. And so, in more recent years, we've seen organizations like X Prize kind of reinvigorate the concept of prizes with the Ansari X Prize in 2007 that was awarded. But that took 10 years to award for the first private space plane, which now, of course, has launched SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, and many other places. And you may see a number of aerospace-oriented examples in my stories. It's because I'm an aerospace engineer. I can't take me out of it. Anyway, so, they help us. I think what's really cool about prizes is that they help us reach beyond the usual suspects. And I think many of us in this room here are probably the usual suspects when it comes to energy and policy and WONC and that kind of, all that great stuff. But I think that there's a tremendous amount of creative genius in this nation that we can harness and leverage against all these types of different issues. And so these are the kinds of things that we are seeking, or I think that this program can really help to encourage. These slides will be made available online later today. I do have a couple of sources in super tiny font at the bottom, so if you guys like, you can feel free to check them out. So let's talk a little bit about the attributes, right? So a great grand challenge that was defined as a great example of one in the federal government is President Kennedy's Let's Go to the Moon, the Moonshot Initiative. We first announced it in 1962, and we landed on the moon 2,500 days later. It's a fairly significant accomplishment. And so what are some of the attributes of prizes? So they can, number one, have a major impact, hopefully in addressing climate change and greenhouse gas reductions. Number two, they're ambitious but achievable. Let's see, ooh, wait a minute. Can we really do that? And then you can start to see some of the people's wheels turning in their head. That's what a prize should do to, I guess, a subscriber, if you will, on an emotional level. It should be which then ties into compelling and intrinsically motivating, and it needs to have a very Goldilocks-y level of specificity and focus. It can't just be like, we're going to solve climate change, because there's so many ways you can approach that problem. So in John F. Kennedy's case, it was, we're going to land a man on the moon, and we're going to return him safely to Earth, right? So there's the three key things. With the Ansari X Prize, it was the first private space plane, i.e. less than 10% of any kind of state funding, to go 100 kilometers above the ground and return people safely to Earth. That was the goal. So the prizes can also obviously then help catalyze the innovations, right? Again, that launched an entire industry. It also spurred a number of regulatory changes with the FAA around commercial space transport. And of course, now we've got an office that helps to address that. Helped spur the formation of multidisciplinary teams. A lot of the folks who participated in that competition did not come from the traditional aerospace industry. They were not the Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop Grumman guys. They were the people who were the tinkers in the garage out in the Palm Desert trying to figure out, how can I make this thing go up? And it helps to inspire the next generation of scientists. And I don't know if you guys are familiar at all with a lot of any of their work, but if you like, please check them out on their website. There's some fantastic examples across a whole slew of different areas, to include ocean exploration, oil spill cleanup. Back in the day, they also did like a 100-mile-per-gallon car. Obviously, in the more recent days, the work that I did last year around developing a prize to combat air pollution and address the public health effects of that, et cetera. So what are some examples of prizes in government? We have, in the Obama administration, that was a big effort that we undertook beginning around the 2010-2011 timeframe, that we want to really push forward on challenges. Take that idea and have a much more open government, a more participatory government, so that we can collect the best of everybody. There's a concept called Joy's Law, which I find super fun. And Joy's Law says, no matter who you are, most of the smartest people work for someone else. And so that being the case, you're usually going to be better off if you make it easier for people outside the boundaries of your organization to, A, know what problems you're trying to solve, and B, how can they get involved? And so within the federal government, we still have challenge.gov, and if you go to the website today, you will see a number of challenges that are still out there. Some other examples include, there was a $50,000 prize that was sponsored by the Federal Trade Commission in 2012 that led to a technology to block robocalls. None of us, I think, enjoy receiving robocalls. And so now the winner is now in a business as a private company. And they have, I think, they've blocked 236 million calls from 530,000 robocallers as of June. NASA has used these prizes to develop a number of new technologies. For example, more flexible astronaut gloves, space elevators, unmanned aerial vehicles that are capable of exploring other planets, and via the Hero X offshoot, if you will, of the X Prize Foundation, they developed a system for managing space poop. It's a very important problem. If we need to go to Mars, it's great that we can store food. We got to do something with the other side of it. So how do we help manage that? Right? So again, super fun stuff. And it invites the imagination. I'm sure you guys are all thinking about, how would I manage that? Department of Energy, where Allison used to work, they had a Sunshot Catalyst program that put up over $1 million in prizes to incubate cutting-edge solar tech companies that work from discoveries, spun out of its national laboratories, are trying to figure out how can we commercialize a lot of the great stuff that the nerds in the national labs help to develop. So these are just but some of the examples. There are also some more non-scientifically oriented agencies, a la GSA, my old agency, where we have a number of, we formulated it more in the form of a hackathon because we are focused on improving the customer experience. We have all this data about the federal government, so given that, how can you as a citizen help us with making better sense of it, making better use of it, so that we can run our programs more efficiently, more effectively, et cetera. And those are still going on today, so that can be applied specifically in GSA's case around how do we help manage the federal real property portfolio. The federal government has well over 343,000 buildings, colonists on the continental United States and outside the nation as well. So that being the case, I mean, can you imagine how much we spend, how much greenhouse gas emissions that we have from from that extensive property portfolio. So how do we develop the appropriate data collection, data analysis kind of mechanisms to be able to better manage that? Okay, so I thought it might be helpful to talk through a little bit about just some questions. So for example, when really are prizes appropriate? There's a great deal of debate, very healthy set of discussions, if you will, within the Obama administration around, is it a grant competition or should it be a prize competition? And for the most part, a lot of the prize competitions ended up focusing more on the technology, the innovation that was going to be developed, more so than what we see normally around the grant competitions. And some things to watch out for, on the agency part. So the toughest part of a prize, and when you're designing it, is thinking through what the specific criteria should be. What does a prize need to achieve? And you need to really shift your mindset in thinking that through, because a lot of us tend to think of, oh, we can make this marginal change here, we can make this marginal change here, and this other incremental change here, and we have a better product. That's all fine and good, and I'm not going to say that we shouldn't be doing continuous improvement for product development or services development, et cetera, but the whole point of a prize is to completely incentivize and to recruit a whole different set of brains and perspectives in solving this particular problem. So, as it comes to the tech program, that's going to be implemented, we need to make sure that we're thinking very thoroughly about the problem statement or the victory conditions, if you will. Sometimes what we experience in the federal government, sometimes we didn't size the prize purse big enough given the amount of challenges that we have. And also sometimes they just hadn't really thought about what they would do after the competition in the post-award phase. And so, what we wanted to do with both the federal government as well as my experience at foundations like the X Prize is we want to make sure that not only is this just a one-time fun thing, but then how do we make sure that we're further building out and supporting an industry or a capability behind that? So a lot of the efforts that followed on from my work at X Prize included, recruiting investors, who are the types of people that might want to come and help us build out this company. From an agency perspective, I think also this kind of ties into a lot of your procurement rules and officials as well, in thinking through how do we help bolster and support these entrepreneurs, great thinkers, and helping to address some of these issues without getting too buried under the acquisition regulations. When I was at GSA, I was also the Chief Acquisitions Officer, and I had the FAR, the Federal Acquisition Regulations, in my shop. And so I have some dangerous familiarity with what are the potential conditions that might work for prizes and what are some of the other conditions that we really need to look out for with respect to making sure that we're not just stifling that innovation. So with that, maybe I will take a pause and see if we have questions or other discussions from the audience.
We have a question from the WebEx from Alice Sung. What is the difference between a prize program and a grant?
So that's an excellent question. That's something that needs to be figured out. So in a more nuanced way, rather than just like a black and white answer. So the grant programs tended to be much more, well, in our experience, tend to be a lot more earlier stage with respect to R&D type grants. We didn't find that they worked very well with things like EPA grants for local neighborhood community type activities. And the prizes were something that we wanted to use when we are actually going to leapfrog the commercialization of a particular technology. Yes, sir.
I really don't want to do this, and I'm very disappointed with Martha for letting the prize concept go into this space. Water heating heat pumps they're perfectly adequate and have been commercially available for years. Space heating heat pumps that are perfectly adequate for California have been available for decades. It's just that in this space, California is a parochial backwater. There's no need for technology improvements that the manufacturers can't apply and find themselves very quickly. What they need is a market. They don't need a prize. And so I hate to be the wet sponge or something, but this is completely wrong. The $2 million for the prize should be added to the $5 million on the quick start in the tech program.
You want to tell us who you are, Jim?
What?
Can you tell us who you are?
Oh, sorry. Jim Lutz. I'm doing hot water research for decades. Part of my first introduction to this was the Super Efficient Gas Water Heating Appliance Initiative in 2010-12 era. We were trying to get the gas utilities to come up with a very efficient water heater. They said, sure, fine, give us market, we'll build it. We don't have any problem building the product. We just need the market. SoCalGas was real into it, but between the combination of the IOU and the utilities requirements and the PUC requirements, they just never funded the program to get it started.
Thank you, Jim. I'd like to respond, or have the chance to respond, and then bring in some other questions, ideas, concerns as well. That's part of the, what are the concerns here? So, Christine, I can respond?
Sure, absolutely.
So I wanted to set that a lot of the examples we provided are in one part of the spectrum of the problems that a prize approach could be applied to. And that one part that we heard a lot of examples about was about the technology innovation. It doesn't necessarily have to be that a prize, that the problem that is determined to be the most appropriate for a prize to fit or be applied to is technology advancement. It could be that we're talking how do you deploy, scale that technology and enter it into the market space. So I just wanted to help folks with the picture of there's a full spectrum of possible problems to which a prize can be applied.
And absolutely, and I think also, you know, one of the things that I would encourage, it's great feedback, by the way, in my experience, usually people want to do the right thing, right, when it comes to greenhouse gas reductions or like implementing, you know, much more efficient, you know, heater systems, et cetera. The biggest issues comes down to how do we finance for it. And enhancing the financing mechanisms really helps your market. And so, as a former engineer, that was long been a frustration of mine when I was younger around like, I don't understand, it's a far superior technology. Why would anybody use anything different? But the bottom line is whether the distributors don't know about it, the installers aren't familiar with the technologies, the bankers, the financiers are really not into the technology because it's not the same round cookie that they've been selling for the past 10 years. I sold chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, and chocolate macadamia nut cookies. This is all I've done. You're telling me that this is a brownie. How am I supposed to sell a brownie? Right, so a lot of this is also going to require not just, other developments, whether it be in the requirements of technologies, et cetera, but thinking through our networks of people who are willing and open to be able to try that out.
So also, if folks, part of the intent with this time is for you to share what your concerns or what questions you have as far as the use of a prize in the building decarb space.
Great, good segue, thank you. Becky Menton, Center for Sustainable Energy. I entered this room with the same skepticism. What we need is not further innovation, we need to remove barriers and throw money at the problem. But I've been sort of intrigued by some of the suggestions you have, that you're right, like us in the room talking over this stuff for the last 5 years, there might be something we're missing. I'm a recovering bureaucrat. Government is not always great at administrating innovation-type programs. I would be interested to hear from you what sort of guiding principles or perspectives you might recommend agencies consider if we were to embark on some sort of innovative prize concepts. Like, how are we going to get out of our own way and create the opportunity to have the true outside-of-this-room solutions enter into the market?
So I have a very strong form hypothesis, bordering on a belief that a lot of us can indeed come together to solve problems. A diversity of perspectives ends up resulting in a far better set of solutions. And I think that, my personal opinion, my comments for what it's worth, would be, be helpful if the agency could help foster, like, networking events, right? Anybody and everybody who is interested in solving this problem let's get it down, let's boil it down to the in plain English level, and we invite not just the technologists, not just the policy people, we invite the financiers, we invite college kids or whatever the case might be, because a lot of this comes down to who do I know that might think slightly differently from me so that they can apply their perspective to solving the problem, and then they'll go, oh my goodness gracious, now we have actually something for real. Then thinking about how do we take that out to the market, et cetera. And so we see this a lot in my space right now, as well as in impact investing or, ESG, great hot buzzword right now. A lot of the financiers in the United States seem to still struggle with the idea, largely because they're trying to figure out how do I incorporate ESG into my investment allocation decisions and how do I think about it. It's largely because they just don't know who to go talk to. How do I think about the environment as I'm making these investments in whether it be like a mutual fund or whatever. There's some easy things, right? Like, let's not invest in oil, let's not invest in guns. Okay, that's great, so that's easy. That's step one. I would call it the null hypothesis. What can we do more beyond that? And so one of the things that I think would be super value add from this prize perspective is we have a great, huge state, and to the extent that we can, help cultivate and pull together people from different backgrounds. People who grew up in Central Valley have a very different perspective on energy savings, and where the energy sources are compared to those of us who grew up in LA is also very different from San Francisco. And so to the extent that we can help garner more of those diverse perspectives together, my personal opinion, I think the better the prize competition will be. You're at least laying the groundwork for getting people to think in that slightly different kind of way to be able to help push it forward.
Hi, Christine. Arthur Halvenstock. You mentioned commercialization, and I'm just wondering what in your mind has to be behind the prize to take a great idea through the valley of death and actually into full market deployment?
So I think that's a great question, and it really does kind of depend on the team as well as the emphasis of the prize. So, for example, in my prior experience, it's been a lot of technologists. Engineers necessarily aren't the best marketers. We aren't the best financiers, and so recognizing that there is that need to be able to help complement the space to be able to help through the commercialization. Be also great if we can work together with some of the early financiers, whether it be angel investors or other VC-type funds, to say, hey, let's take a bet on these kinds of companies to help further with this commercialization. And if that's an area where either the state can help with through a publicity campaign or whatever the case might be, Investor Day, insert other appropriate example here, I think that would be a great way to help accelerate it. And obviously, if you have other stuff.
Good morning, Bruce Mass with Odan Energy. Thank you for this presentation. I'm always intrigued by the idea of bringing in thinkers who are not the usual suspects. As I imagine how this might work, I kind of immediately zero in on possibly an alternate filtering criterion. So I'm imagining that the prize would come at the end of the process after the innovators have developed their solution and demonstrated it. I'm also assuming that there are some also-rans who invest a lot of time and effort in solutions that don't win a prize. So that to me suggests that a prize kind of filters for entities who kind of have the wherewithal, the discretionary resources to kind of make a bet that they might win. Is there anything about a prize design that might expand the talent pool to people who are not necessarily in that camp?
Yes, absolutely. And actually, most prize teams that participate in prizes, they're very scrappy. They're not well-resourced, and they are just super passionate about the idea, and that certainly helps carry them through all the development stages, all the milestone pains, et cetera. And interestingly enough, it's been my experience, I don't know if there's data on this, but it's certainly been my experience that it is precisely because of those scrappy, under-resourced teams that they're able to think really creatively about the problem and the role that the prize generator or the organization can really help in playing is by attracting the investors or attracting other forms of capital to be able to help support them launch post-prize effort.
Before the next question, I just wanted to insert, I wanted to hear what you see as the common, or what's been the frequent downside or pitfalls that agencies have run into. And since the Obama administration launched the challenges.gov website, there's been 870 prizes run by 100 different agencies. Clearly from those, we must see, common where these prize ideas fail or weren't successful.
Yeah, the biggest contributor to that is not defining the criteria well enough. and thinking through what are the fundamental requirements that we really need this thing to accomplish. And having done work in procurement, it's very similar for those of us who've actually worked in government procurement. It's just a very similar thing as well. Like I want an iPhone. I need 600 iPhones for my people. And some procurement things, if you're securing common goods and things like that, that's reasonably easy to do. But there's a lot of situations where if you are indeed trying to push forward an agenda around combating climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and really getting down to the first principal requirements. This thing, maybe it's not just 600 iPhones. I need a way to be able to communicate with my workforce in an emergency situation when the towers are down and we can go out and coordinate our response. Well, then maybe your iPhone really isn't the best thing, right? So then what are some other communication methods, whether it be the tools or the contracts that we need to obtain with telcos or satellite providers, I'm making this up, might be. I think that, there's obviously tremendous benefits as well. So, for example, you only end up paying for the results. If nobody accomplishes the prize, then nobody wins the money, which is also kind of a bummer because you really want people to win the prize money. You can also help to leverage that investment that can exceed the value of the prize purse, again, to help with commercializing the technology. And obviously also like changing people's views about what is and isn't possible. I mean, seriously, 20 years ago, who would have ever thought that a private space plane would have been possible?
Thanks. Next question, please.
Bruce Severance, Mitsubishi Electric. I wanted to say I was intrigued by the idea of using a prize to broaden perspectives and solving some of the problems that we're faced with, and I can see some relevance to the tech program. 6 weeks ago, Mitsubishi Electric Corporation in Japan issued a release of an environmental vision initiative that included competition as one of the things that would broaden discussions and bring in other innovators into that conversation. I think this is very consistent with what top staff in Japan is thinking along those lines. To me, one of the key issues with heat pump integration is the grid harmonization piece. If we are going to do time of use metering and really get utility rates aligned with carbon content on the grid, a lot of the older homes that we may want to electrify are leaky, don't necessarily have good shell performance, and so preheating those homes becomes an issue, and ways to load shift with HVAC seems to be limited in the time span that it can cover. So in my mind, one of the key pieces of resolving this is important because if we don't have time of use metering that aligns with space heating, water heating is much easier to do where this is concerned. Obviously, it's kind of a no-brainer, but time of use metering relative to space heating is critical to get the return on investments to work out so that it can compete in a fuel switching scenario. So there's some conflict between those things, and there's a need for innovation. The first thing I thought of was, well, that's something, grid harmonization is kind of the elephant in the room. I don't see a lot of people talking about that in the space heating arena. There's been a lot of brainstorming in our office about that, and to me it seems like there's a lot of opportunity for innovation and maybe competition in that category. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you.
I guess the question to go with that would be, do you see, what are some of the categories, or what is your idea of what the criteria of a prize that applies to the tech program specifically? How would that be formulated? What kinds of problems would you want to address?
Yeah, this is Allison. I want to say that we are in the mode right now of hearing in what the ideas. I think Christine is right that, the first and fundamental problem to key to prize design is, one, picking the right problem. You have to have a problem that's going to have enough market space that draws the number of participants and the diversity of thought. So you got to make it clear that there's a market space associated with this problem when you put a prize out there to solve it. And then, that it needs to be a problem that can be broken down into fairly simple constructs so that it's not a huge burden to new entrants to come to the table and help solve through that problem. If you have an extremely complex problem that can't be broken down simply, you're going to have that low participant space, and for the effort to put the prize out there, you may not have the benefit to cost as compared to if you had done a traditional grant or procurement route when you have an extremely complex problem and maybe only a couple solvers that would come to the table. So those are some of the parameters that I think Christine and I have mentioned as far as a problem space that's appropriate for a prize. And in this particular space, we're interested in commenters coming in to state where they see a good problem fit to a prize as a solution.
Broadening the criteria may make it easier for people to do what you're saying. And I think like one aspect of the solution of the problem I just created would be something like offshore wind as opposed to utility-sized storage, where it's going to be a source of power that's going to complement the grid with a renewable source that really greens the grid and eliminates the diurnal and seasonal variations in the carbon content that we see. So to me, like looking at ways to solve those diurnal and seasonal variations in carbon content also solves this problem. And it really should be a broad perspective in how we can integrate these technologies and have minimal impact on grid management at the same time.
Thank you. Next question or comment?
Yeah, I was supposed to ask a question for the previous one, but I do have a question for you. I do think it's important that there is diversity of thought in this proceeding. I think that, by the way, my name's Dan Haynes. I'm with Delco Gas. I think that this tech prize concept may actually add some diversity of thought that isn't here. We're very much on an electrification is the single bullet solution for everything, and we obviously need to have options, especially in the fire areas where resiliency is so important, and battery storage is only going to get you a few hours, and you're going to need days upon days of some type of isolated power supply. It would be great if we could do a prize around that. I also think that it's important that this integrated system thinking comes into play. We are thinking too siloed. I'm an engineer, so I get what you're saying. I think we're thinking too siloed, and there could be some solutions that we had never even thought about if we could get diversity of thought into this process. So I really like the concept behind what you're proposing. On the previous presenter, and I apologize that you're up here and I'm asking a question but we ran out of time. I'd like to know what the income levels of the homes that were electrified, what kind of income levels those folks were at. I think that's important to understand, who's taking advantage of the incentives. And
so I don't have the answer, so we can try to find those folks at lunch. But the most important thing I think is that you ask the question, and we can ask PG&E and Sonoma to put the answers in the docket. That would be
that'd be great. And then, and I'm sure you probably don't know the answer to this, though. If you had the dual fuel homes, not have to jump through the hoops of adding electrical conduit and wiring, and instead do some other energy efficiency, higher energy efficiency appliances, obviously higher energy efficiency anything, because we know that energy efficiency is our #1 defense and #1 reduction tool that we have. Would we get more people taking advantage of incentives and maybe make up for, getting higher greenhouse gas reductions by just having more people take advantage of the incentives for a higher efficiency project? That's another one.
And last two questions from the folks in the room, and then depending on time, we may go to the webinar.
Hi, Michael Colvin again from Environmental Defense Fund. First of all, fantastic presentation. It's really thought-provoking, so thank you so much. I think my comment back to Allison and Martha, and I'd love to hear your thoughts as well, Christine. is what is the goal of issuing a prize here that we couldn't have already accomplished, say, through an EPIC grant or through some of the other traditional research that we have, especially in the confines of the tech program where we already have a lot of the technology sort of figured out and we've already done a lot of the demonstrations. Now, I agree with you in your presentation that, you know, a prize could bring new interesting things together, but I'm not exactly sure what it is that we're trying to solve that couldn't be already done. What's the breakthrough that's already there when we already have a lot of the technology sort of ready to be deployed? And so that's sort of the first major thing that I would give sort of as feedback. The second is, what are we trying to get done on the time scale that we're thinking about? And as the assumption that we're going into with all of this, I guess is the question, is we're trying to figure out how do we decarbonize our homes and decarbonize our buildings as quickly as we can. It seems like the most cost-effective way to do that from the Energy Commission's research is to electrify. There's a lot of assets that are in the ground that would be abandoned if that were to happen at a mass scale. And so if we're thinking about within the confines of this program of, well, if electrification is the best way to do this, we need to think about that sort of extra cost of all those gas assets that are in the ground. And if we're thinking about the scope of a prize and trying to think of, all right, if the ultimate goal is to decarbonize, maybe part of the conversation of the prize should be going, well, are there other ways other than electrification that could get us to the same place? I'm not advocating for that necessarily, but I am sort of wanting to say, look, if the prize is an idea that you guys really want to go after, I'm not sure it's the most appropriate, but if it is something, then I think the ultimate criterion should be, how do we decarbonize our buildings at the least societal cost, especially thinking about the already made investments that are in the ground. Mm-hmm. And so if you can think about, well, are there breakthroughs in either cleaner gas fuel substitutes and hydrogen technology deployments, or in other ways of thinking about those assets, that might be another factor you want to consider. So thank you so much for your time.
Can I just offer up a quick comment or just a response to that, if I may? Not that I have any specific ideas, but just a different way of thinking, or a way to think about it. We're all very deeply ensconced in this topic in this room. And I'm reminded of times when I try to tell my mother's not the most technically sophisticated person. I don't know about your guys' mothers, but mine is not. So as I think about how would I describe what do we want to do with this to my mother, it would be, hey, Mom, I'm going to take our 1950s era home and make our total energy bill $10 a month, and we have all the light and all the heat that we need. Right, at a fundamental level, that is what we're trying to solve for at oh, by the way, zero emissions, or even maybe negative emissions, right? If we can figure out a way to suck the carbon dioxide out of the air and process it into something more useful for us. So now that just opens up all sorts of different things. It could be heating and venting, it could be electrification, it could be harvesting with gas, it could be other chemicals, it could be, inspiring other green roof type things. I'm totally making this up, but now you've got maybe teenagers thinking crazy thoughts like, oh, that's kind of George Jetson. How about this? Wouldn't it be neat if we could figure out a robot that might be able to do that? I'm making this up, but that's kind of how I would think about crafting the requirements of the prize, is explaining it to somebody do the My Mother test.
Another thing to maybe look at is some of the sunshot examples. So regarding the timing, they had a race to 7-day solar, and I mean, that was designed around, we've got to get to scale. We've got to think differently as far as rolling this out in significant deployment levels. The counterpoint as far as ideas for achieving these aggressive decarbonization goals, stepping back and outside of the domain of the build and tech, you can even look at Sunshot, one of the earlier catalyst ideas examples that Christine mentioned. That was basically an ideation prize. What are the entities out there, entrepreneurs that want to propose a business opportunity or a business around solving that bigger picture problem, and then bring the ideas in that way. I think that it's really important to think about that you may not, when you design a prize, if you don't have the appropriate expertise on board, you may not actually get a solution that's relevant to the overall market. So if you don't design that criteria correctly, you could bring in a solution that kind of flops when you're asking customers and markets to pick up that idea. So that's a caution or a pitfall to watch out for. But say you're successful as far as how is this different than a CEC EPIC grant. If you mentioned we have to get a lot rolled out in significant scale, the difference, I think, with the prize is an opportunity to amplify. There's other corollary benefits to a prize, such as building public awareness, building a momentum around the problem and the desire and the value proposition of should the problem be possible and achievable to solve. Now you've got a cadre from your upstream suppliers all the way down to the adopters, homeowners in the market that are sort of following along with the excitement of a competition that they may end up realizing through some of these corollary benefits, some differences or added value beyond what you would see in an EPIC grant. Last question.
My name is Ayat Osman with the Public Advocate's Office. I guess my question is, what is the question that we're trying to solve with prize or grant? Is it we trying to create the market for these technologies that, like heat pumps for space and water heating? Or is it that we want to electrify the home? And then we're talking about cost effectiveness in retrofit, which doesn't make sense from the cost perspective. As some of my colleagues said, these technologies have a market, they're not emerging technologies, they're proven technologies. So we don't need per se demonstrate or show that these technologies create the savings in greenhouse gases and emissions and energy usage, but we need to prove that these technologies provide the comfort level that the technologies that consumers are used to have. And in that sense, to me, this program deals more with consumers' acceptance and the lack, of course, of workforce for installing and maintaining the systems, and also getting to the correct type of the heat pumps, where we want ones with low fluorinated carbon gases, and those are not available in the U.S. right now. You can find them in Japan and maybe some European countries. So there are lots of hurdles or barriers to get us to where we would like to be in terms of reducing greenhouse gases. But the question is how to use the limited funds that we have in a cost-effective way. Thanks.
Yeah, so I'll say this staff proposal has a tech program budget of $30 million. An implementer, should the staff proposal carry forward, it basically suggests an implementer responds to an RFP with their construct of what does the other $28 million do, what would a prize do at $2 million. The important point is that prizes aren't appropriate for every problem. So that implementer can look at all the different barrier spaces, and someone that's, forward thinking may bring in, what is their focus group, what are the key barriers here, what's going to have the biggest impact when solving each of those barriers, then make that fit or optimization to some of the key aspects that are appropriate for a prize. You need to have a strong market opportunity or there's clear market failure associated with it. You would bring, it's simple, you could break it into a simple enough problem that you could bring new innovators in to solve that problem. So we're not actually, we're intentionally, or the staff, I guided or suggested don't say what the problem is right now that's most appropriate fit, because it requires a significant amount of focused thinking around what are the barriers out there, and then deciding which one is the best fit for prize, and the 28 million does the other area.
Yeah, just to build on that point a little bit more, the thinking through the prize concept and how we're going to define it takes a lot of work. It is not just a, hey, we're going to do this and magically it'll come to us. It does require a significant amount of research, what is and isn't doable, what is ambitious but achievable kind of thing. And so thinking that through does take a fair amount of effort and intellect, and of course, obviously, engagement as well. But if I can go back to one of my favorite example, the NASA space poop prize concept. I'm sure space poop has never been mentioned at this proceeding and will never be again. But the United States, we've been going to space since 1960s, right? So we've been doing this now for well over 50 years. We kind of have a solution for that. It works. It's probably evolved a little bit over time, but what the challenge did was it helped inspire a couple of things. Number one, it helped inspire an entire new generation of citizens around the NASA missions, right? So NASA had been struggling for years, and we still kind of are. Do we go back to the moon? Do we go to Mars? Like, what's the purpose of existing? Is it climate change science? Earth science is blah, blah, blah. And it helps with citizen engagement around NASA's core mission. Citizen engagement eventually translates into budget for NASA, right? Because your constituents, for those of us who worked on the Hill, the constituents are like, what are we doing with NASA? How come they're not going to Mars? Like, look at this really cool challenge. We just did this. So that turns into popular support for those kinds of programs, and in an agency where many will and have argued, well, you don't need to be doing all that. We got all these other problems we're going to be solving for, like justice reform, immigration reform, whatever the case might be. Why do we need to be sending a man to Mars, of all places? We've already sent rovers. Why do we need to send a human being? Right? So it helps to not only excite the population, but also helps provide additional funding and a rationale and a reason for them to continue to push forward on that mission. It's not that NASA has any shortage of potential missions that they could take on. You've seen Juno go to Jupiter. Cassini keeps on going into outer space. You know, we want to talk about geosciences and looking at climate change effects and things of that nature. And so what are the things that we can really excite the populace in a way that maybe it might be slightly less politically, controversial / doable, to help advance their agency?
Great. Thank you so much. We're going to return from lunch at 12:55, and we're looking forward to seeing you. Thanks. Okay, let's settle down and get started talking about 1477. If we could end our individual conversations and get back to paying attention to the speakers, that would be fantastic. Rory has some announcements, and then we'll get going.
Hey, folks, so I just have one quick announcement, which is that the presentations from today will be put up on our website, and the URL is puc.gov/buildingdecarb. So did everyone hear that? Athena? So again, all the presentations from today will be on the website, cpuc.ca.gov/buildingdecarb. They're not all there yet, but they will be by the end of the day tomorrow. So that's where you can find them. So.
Hey, Roy. Do you want to do questions at the end of every section? Okay. All right. Thank you for coming back after lunch. So basically, we're going to spend the next few hours going through the joint staff proposal on 1477. And we have broken this into sections on the pilot guidelines, and then the tech program and the build program. And we're going to allow for questions and comments and discussion at each of those stages. So, and I'm going to try and help keep us on schedule. So I'm going to talk about the pilot guideline parameters of both build and tech as presented in the staff proposal. As you know, we have $50 million a year for 4 years, or $200 million total in our 1477 program. And the money is coming from the cap and trade revenues from gas corporations in the state, as collected and overseen by the California Air Resources Board. The administrators of the program must comply with the cap and trade regulation in terms of annual reporting to the Air Resources Board on the use of the funds and the expected GHG emission reductions. So this is a joint staff proposal. The annual program budget where 40% would go to build for new residential construction and 60% would go to tech for clean heating technologies in existing residential buildings. So $20 million a year for build and $30 million a year for tech. And then there is an obligation in 1477 that 30% of build gets allocated to low-income residences, and so we do have $6 million recommended as a dedicated funding for low-income program costs in build. And we're proposing 10% administrative costs for build. For tech, we have $30 million a year recommended, $23 million for program costs. That would include program administration. A suggestion for $5 million for a quick start grant and a $2 million prize program that we heard about potential for this morning. And then both programs will be evaluated together under a $2 million a year evaluation effort. Clean heating technologies is a focus of SB 1477. Electric space and water heat pumps, solar hot water with electric backup, heat pump dryers, and induction cooktops. We probably could consider other things, but we would need to know about them and understand how they fit into the scope of clean heating technologies. The guiding principles that we are recommending for the 1477 program, equity in terms of not just the dedicated 30% for build, but for both programs, really trying to find equitable solutions for all aspects of the residential market. We really want to pilot a path to carbon neutrality. We now have a governor executive order on the books that really gives California the ambitious goal of reaching carbon neutrality in the state, economy-wide. So everything that we can do to pilot how we would do this in residential buildings in this program we think is consistent with that. Really looking and encouraging regulatory simplicity and streamlining processes wherever possible. We want to be transparent about our objectives and the strategies that we use to meet those objectives. We really believe in our gut that is going to take, a really significant market transformation effort to, just as we heard this morning, to get consumers that live in homes and multifamily dwellings to see the benefits of electric equipment where they may have traditionally used natural gas, and other, solutions that are low carbon, have low carbon outcomes. And that's not just consumers; it's all the way, every aspect of the market and value chain and supply chain in terms of getting equipment and technology solutions into the state and into buildings and used by people. So we are considering this a pilot program, so lessons learned will be a key deliverable and a key way to make sure that we're making the right recommendations after the program period to scale residential building decarbonization. and the data reporting is critical to that in terms of tracking and reporting the progress from these programs. And then, a serious look at cost effectiveness in terms of, can the program scale in terms of not just the cost of the program, but the cost of the consumers adopting these technologies. So that's a key principle in our program proposal. So the requirements of the legislation are that we track the cost per metric ton of avoided greenhouse gas emissions, and that we estimate and track the annual and lifetime utility bill savings from the participants. We want to keep track of the number of low emission systems installed. That's a direct requirement of the build program, and then understand and track the changes in market share for the eligible technologies in the tech program. Our cap and trade funding requirements are that the total avoided emissions, so just so we're going to track the total avoided emissions from each year's expenses and track the total expenditures and itemize the administrative and outreach expenses. So we have, we're trying to improve energy and housing affordability, which, is, I think, always a broader goal that we have on our efficiency programs, but in this case, it's really important that to get market transformation to happen and to get the scale of a building decarb program to happen, that we see improvements in affordability in terms of, fuel substitution in the state going from there's positive outcomes for consumers that are participating in the program. We have requirements in our program design, our proposed program design, that no incentive payments are made if the estimated bill savings will increase, and so that's a real constraint that we're going to have to track and discuss with you and others as we go forward. And then we're proposing to track the full lifetime cost to end users, the first cost of the equipment and installation and ongoing maintenance and other costs, as well as the ongoing bill savings over time. And then in terms of, the benefits of market transformation, the other benefits that would come with building decarbonization efforts that aren't directly related to emission reductions. So the target market is as described in 1477. It's both new construction and retrofit of residential buildings. The markets that we must address, are broader than just the built environment, but also all of the contracting and the appliance and equipment manufacturing and distribution that's required to deliver and install and successfully operate the equipment that will be incenting. So the tech target audiences are definitely including upstream and midstream market actors, and we have a discussion on supply chain thinking and methodology as critical to a successful tech program. So we are targeting for the build program, and you'll hear about more of this in a bit, that we focus on all electric construction, and for retrofits, installing heat pump, heating and air conditioning where the cooling load is high. So you might think, even though it's described as clean heating technologies, there's also emission and efficiency benefits of high-performance heat pump technologies that are replacing traditional air conditioners. So we do expect to count and track those benefits that come from cooling in the state. And we definitely are not limiting the fuel substitution from natural gas to electricity, but in areas of the state where other fuel is used, like propane or oil for space and water heating, we certainly see the emission reduction potential and probably cost-effective potential of replacing that with high-efficiency electric equipment. And then, of course, more traditional fuel substitution, gas furnaces getting replaced with, and water heaters getting replaced with high-efficiency electric technologies is an obvious focus. We would love to see proposals in the tech program that really focus on the benefits of low-income retrofits and not just the direct GHG benefits, but all the co-benefits that would come with focusing on low-income retrofits that are low carbon. And we want your help figuring out if it's possible to incent the tech program in ways that cover any incremental installation costs from that fuel substitution. And we want your best ideas about how to do that. We're targeting an evaluation budget of 4% of the total program costs. It turns out to be $2 million a year. Part of our streamlining of the process is we would like to pick one evaluator for both the build and the tech program. We expect it to be a competitive solicitation. The PUC will also, as recommended by stakeholders, form a project coordination group that helps us track and discuss ongoing issues with the programs. The evaluation is based on the metrics for program impact and process. So I think basically we're saying an impact evaluation and a process evaluation. Got it. And then stakeholder review workshops are also planned as part of the evaluation effort. Coordination and scalability. So we want to leverage, combine, and interact with other energy programs. And especially when we start talking about the specific build and tech programs, it's going to be obvious that we need co-funding and leveraging of other funding mechanisms to the greatest extent possible. So it's not just for simplicity and streamlining of program delivery, it's really to get the right amount of money applied. So just as an example of the Sonoma and PG&E partnership with Bay Area Air Quality Management District and that co-funding that was enabled very substantial incentives for the fire rebuild program, we would really love to see that same type of partnership to really make build and tech successful. I think that hopefully in the staff proposal it was clear that we really are hoping that build and tech inform our long-term building decarbonization policy framework. We think the most powerful part of the proceeding is going to be that larger building decarbonization policy framework, and so anything that we can do in both planning the design of the programs and in evaluating the programs that will inform that bigger policy framework, I think will be to the state's advantage, and we hope you help us do that. I think part of that is demonstrating that the program designs, as launched and implemented, can scale. And as you'll see very quickly, if you haven't already from the proposal, we have almost zero. We do not have enough money to do this, right? So we really have to be thoughtful about designing a building decarbonization set of programs that are really designed to scale more than they're designed to achieve great things on their own, because we don't have a lot of money. I mean, $50 million a year to do what we want to do is really limiting. And so not just the combining and the co-funding, but on purpose thinking about this as pilots that will need to scale with significantly more money in the future is critical to what we want your help doing. And then hopefully we'll get some really good efforts that target the expansive market transformation that we'll need to be successful. So process-wise, we want you to submit comments on the proposal and anything here today by August 13th. And you know the name of the proceeding. It's here. You'll get these slides later. And do they have to do both dockets, or is it eeny, meeny, miny, mo? Or is it always yours and sometimes ours? I don't know. That's what I thought. So go do it at the PUC. And if you want to wave hello to us at the Energy Commission docket, you can do that too. Okay, that sounds good to me. All right, do we have any questions on that? Let's start with Reem. Come on up, Bruce, but Reem's going to take one from the
WebEx. In looking at the cost per metric ton of CO2, are you going to be looking at 1 year or a lifetime? And if a lifetime, what scale? And are you assuming the state's goals for renewables on the grid?
Okay, so we're proposing a lifetime of savings, and that's probably not an actual lifetime, but it's probably like a 30-year assumed life, and maybe it'll be 15 years depending on if it's a technology that's going to get replaced, or we might also assume that it will be replaced with the same type, and then we would extend it to 30. In build, we'll use 30. That's what we do in the building standards. We'll probably do the same thing we do in the building standards in terms of taking a net present value of those 30 years. So this year's savings will be valued a little bit more than the last year of that 30-year time series, but we'll look at 30 years. I think when you do the math, it turns out that that's why I'm not trying to complain, because I'm super excited about this program, but that's why I'm worried that we don't have a lot of money, because we won't be paying a lot in terms of price of carbon for the 30 years of emission reductions we'll achieve under this program, unless we have almost zero participation. So we're counting all of them. We are definitely counting the changes to the grid. So just like we do in the building standards, we look at how the electricity emissions changes over time, and we'll probably also do a net present value calculation for those emissions. So it'll look like 1 year of emissions, but it'll be based on how we expect the grid to change over the next 30 years. I don't think that's on. First one after lunch, I guess I turned it off.
There's the button. Don't need these now. Thank you. Bruce Matz with Ardan Energy. Two quick questions, I think. The first one is whether the intended beneficiaries of this program is limited to IOU customers, or whether it's intended for kind of all California households. And the second question, you're looking at the metrics, particularly around things like utility bill impacts. It implies to me that there's some tracking the actual installations in the customer's home, which kind of implies a downstream program. Would those metrics only apply to like the downstream portion of a program, or is the idea that any upstream interventions would have some kind of chain of custody tracking so that everything gets tracked down to the installed household?
I think that's the second. Let's do the second one first, because you have to remind me what the first one is. No, I'm kidding. You should tell us about the burdens or opportunities that your question in your comments, right? So I don't know how we would do that chain of custody. It seems super complicated to me. But you know the intent. The intent is to understand that every activity that we have is going to actually benefit the consumer in the bill. So it might just be that we say, Yeah, we're pretty confident that if you have a 4x efficiency on the upstream side of that piece of equipment, you're going to get bill savings at the end, or we might also, you guys propose to us, because of tech will be a third-party proposal, that you figured out this component you can actually track, the other ones you might have to make assumptions about.
Okay.
No, the first one I did actually forget, so you have to.
So the first one is whether the intended beneficiaries are also appointed just IOU customers.
Statewide, and we think that we're allowed to do that because of the way the cap and trade dollars work, where it's about emission reductions. It's not about a locational emission reduction.
Great. Thank you.
So Bruce Mass and I started a brainstorm several months back, about 9 months ago, and the question I have is, if we told you that we think we have a model that would pay for itself, require no state funds, and fully electrify certain segments of the market, and specifically targeted low-income family first, you probably really like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we think we have that.
Okay.
And it's an inclusive finance model. There's been pilots in the East that Holmes Hummel designed, and they're achieving 40 to 90% acceptance rates in the rental and LMI markets in very low-income areas. And the whole model is based on the notion of qualifying a property as having a high return on investment relative to the cost of improvements, and using a residential ESCO-like model where that residential ESCO would assume the risk of making those improvements and pay itself back based on the energy savings. So there's no money down, there's no loan qualification, the renter doesn't have to pay anything, the landlord says yes because his property is being improved for free based on the energy savings return. The renter is guaranteed an immediate 10 to 20% reduction in their utility bill, and the balance of the energy savings are used to either pay back the on-bill tariff on-bill or through a separate entity. But it would have to be tied to utility service in some way. So if we were to use that model, I mean, the whole conversation started with how do we get from 10,000 houses a year with energy upgrade and go big, because we really have to do 500,000 homes a year to do 10 million in the next 20. And it's going to take a few years to scale up and get the boots on the ground and all of that. So the bottom line is this model could actually achieve that for the first 10 years. We could actually get up to 500,000 homes a year and have all of the tech funds that are on the table used for wraparound services to make those homes energy ready, run circuits and things like that. And anything that has a return on investment can be handled through the inclusive finance model.
Are you asking me a question, or are you pitching your proposal?
Well, I'm pitching a proposal. I'm using the microphone to grandstand a little bit, so forgive me for that. But do you see dovetails between that model and this program? Do you see this program as the tech program is lending itself to being a demonstration ground for inclusive finance?
Absolutely.
And are the funds flexible enough to pay for, circuit upgrades, for example, to make the homes energy ready if the specific unit can't be fully electrified through the model? It could at least be made energy ready, because this model requires ROI on whatever the ESCO invests, otherwise their risk factor goes up. So if that flexibility could be built into it, I think this is a way to leverage the dollars that you have, that you're saying, you literally have enough to do 2,500 houses if you were to fully subsidize those. So if we can do, 500,000 houses and leverage the dollars, and there's flexibility in the program to accommodate that, it would be exciting.
So I would encourage you to look at our proposal and provide comments into the docket where you think that flexibility needs to be clarified.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. John Swatolski, Californians for Balanced Energy Solutions. In previous workshops and venues, we've been somewhat critical of the process and nature in terms of equity, access, and considerable issues of affordability. And so I just want to focus my questions on that specific topic as it relates to this program in your presentation. You mentioned that one of the guiding principles is equity. And equity can mean very different things to different people.
Right.
So I'm just, as a baseline, curious as to how you're defining equity as one of the base principles.
Yeah. Hopefully we made it a little bit clearer in the paper, but just my quick response is that we mostly mean that the disadvantaged and the people that don't have the wherewithal to invest in decarbonization have the ability to do that, and maybe are given more access to program funds than those of us that have the ability to pay for it ourselves. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me. I mean, the state actually outlines specific disadvantaged communities. And so I think focusing on those communities is critical. And you mentioned later in your presentation that you'd be incentivizing low-income families. What we know that today is that there are no barriers to electrification. If you have the resources and the wherewithal, you can retrofit your home or demand that your new home is fully electric. So are you willing to commit that this program will not incentivize renters or homeowners or families that can already pay for that? I mean, will 100% of the $50 million go into communities that...
I don't think it's 100%. And I think that, well, we'd love your feedback on this, right? But my gut says that you could, I wouldn't hate that solution, but it could be that there are other benefits, more broadly accrued, scalable benefits by targeting a bigger part of the market. You know, like if you're going to have some upstream, component where you're getting the products into California that we want in residential buildings, it's hard to say no, but that can only go into a low-income, apartment or house. So it's really unclear to me. I'm not going to be the third-party administrator proposing the design for tech, but I could see proposals that totally focus 100% on low income, and I could see other proposals that spin it a different way and say that we're going to make sure there's equitable solutions for those of you that participate and need that help, but we're not limiting our program to low income, for example. So I don't know which way it'll go, but I don't think that right now in our principles, we are not specifically mandating one of those proposals or the other.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I would encourage that. I mean, we have millions and millions of people in California, especially of those who live in deserts and in very warm areas that are energy poor. They pay more than 10% of their net income on the utility bills. And you speak of scalability, and I think we'll get to that down the line, but that poses a significant set of larger issues as it relates to affordability and equity, workforce displacement. How are we holding families and individuals harmless? And so are we creating more socioeconomic issues when we're trying to bring every citizen, every person into the effort of reducing greenhouse gas emissions? And so we'll have that scalability debate as this continues. But I would just encourage that we place equity and the issues of affordability at the forefront when we're making these impactful decisions. So thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Ayat Osman from the Public Advocate's Office. Have a few questions. The first one is how will you address the time lag between the Senate bill requirement, which requires the start to be July 2019, and ending with the fiscal year ending June 23. So we are already past July 2019, and I'm assuming there's some extra time to get the programs in place and implemented. So how we're going to...
So nobody has told us that we can't stop, we have to stop spending money by that 2023 deadline. It's basically, we look at it as 4 years of money. And we'd love to get started absolutely as soon as possible. But we also want to be very thoughtful. And one, the money wasn't available to do anything, include fund the process enhancements that the PUC needed to launch the program. So we have the funding now, and we don't think that we have, you know, a deadline in terms of when we spend the money. It's just that the money will not be allocated into the program. You know, there's only 4 years of money. Does that make sense? And maybe there might be a deadline, but it might be created once we enter into contracts with a program administrator. That might be where the deadline comes in terms of how long they have to spend the money.
Can you speak about the incentives designed in the staff proposal for the BUILD program?
Can we wait until we're talking about BUILD right now?
We're going to talk about
we're just talking about the principles of the program.
Okay.
Work.
Okay, so we can ask
come back.
that question
okay.
later.
Thank you.
Ole Pilgaard from Heliodine Solar Hot Water. In the proposal, there is, you mentioned an upstream, midstream incentive structure. I assume that's opposed to spending money on administering rebates for the homeowners and so on. Can you elaborate a little more about what you mean by upstream and midstream?
Oh yeah, no, what you just described we would consider downstream. So in this vernacular of program influence, midstream would be like the equipment distribution and level, and upstream would be the equipment manufacturer level. So in other words, before you can get the equipment installed in a home, somebody has to design it, sell it in California. You know, a contractor has to find it and be able to purchase it from a distributor. So there would likely be very strategic incentives at those levels to get the right products into the right places in California so that a contractor can buy it and install it in a home. So that's what we mean by upstream and midstream, is the whole supply chain of the technologies that we want installed.
So it would be kind of an incentive per system manufactured?
So you're a manufacturer?
Yeah.
So somebody could propose that you get X amount of money to provide X number of products, you know, in 5 different key distribution locations in the state. That could be a proposal for an upstream incentive.
Okay, thank you.
I hope I got that all right.
Question from the WebEx real quick. Is it possible for some of the evaluation metrics to change or for new ones to be added, or are those fixed by the CPUC?
So that's a good question. I think there's a limited number of those that were fixed by the legislation. Those are the only mandatory things that won't change. And I think we had those on one slide, but anything additional to that is in the staff proposal as we think this is what should be evaluated, we could change that in the final proposal. And also, you know, if we find that we missed something and it's still, you know, the contract for the evaluation hasn't been let yet, we could obviously add it then. We could also hopefully get the right set of requirements into the RFP before we pick the evaluator. So I hope that clarifies the question.
Hello, Eric Hoffman, Utility Workers. Can you, in speaking to, we're talking about the principles, could you please describe to me what the principles would be and offer a suggestion of what I might take back to the 5,000 members that I represent that are sick with worry over the longevity of their job, a good paying union job that provides them a home that they can provide for their families. There's a pension, a solid retirement, medical. And what do you suggest I go back to my members and tell them in terms of building decarbonization, moving to a process where we stop putting in natural gas, which ultimately eliminates the utility's ability to generate new revenue, which then eliminates, by definition, eliminates us. What do you suggest I go back and tell them? And if the suggestion is to transition into green energy jobs, I'm reluctant to take that advice based on the fact that 2 weeks ago Monday, we had an incident where a solar panel contractor, licensed, didn't call 811, ruptured a gas line, and my friend was killed in the line of duty. So I'm reluctant to jump into an industry where they don't respect California Government Code 4216A if that is the solution. So please, if you could provide me with anything to take back to my members, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I probably can't do that right now, but I guess that just for 1477, just what we're talking about today, we don't see that we're eliminating the gas infrastructure in the state of California, and so we might be trying to limit the expansion of it, but there's certainly existing gas infrastructure that will be here for a long, long time. I really do think it's the broader building decarbonization policy framework that's going to address the larger issues of what is the future of the natural gas system in California, how do we use renewable gas, how do we use the infrastructure that your members and your friends work on diligently and provide great livings that that they earn and expect and provide for their families. Those are all huge issues that the state of California has to really come to terms with and find solutions for, and I'm not in a position to be able to do that right now.
Hi, Scott Bluck from SMUD. In your excuse me, in your presentation, you talked about combining this program with other energy programs. I want to ask people think more broadly because and combine it with other like health programs, especially for low income, safety, school attendance programs. There's a lot of other co-benefits to electrifying when we know that 12% of childhood asthma cases are brought on by cooking with gas. So that alone is going to reduce or improve health, reduce school absentee and such programs. So we can think beyond energy, beyond what we're used to more broadly. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Becky Menton, Center for Sustainable Energy. So in the aspect of how these programs can inform the larger framework, I think thinking about how we conduct evaluation does become really important. California has often had in energy a really reactive evaluation framework which informs future programs, but something that's a little more rapid cycle and allows for more adaptive management might be helpful in terms of making sure these funds can be used as efficiently as possible. So considering instead of having the evaluation hiring be something that happens after the fact, potentially running those concurrently, allowing metric development and identification to be informed by evaluation consultants and figuring out pathways for recycling lessons learned on a more real-time basis, I think would be useful here.
That's great. So there could actually even be requirements in both the evaluation contract and the implementer contract that there's collaboration and data sharing. And okay, awesome. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariel Strauss on behalf of SPUA. Thank you. I actually have a follow-up question about evaluation. I see that the valuation figure is not part of $50 million. Is that money coming from somewhere else?
So did we do the math wrong, or?
Perhaps. I mean, I see $20 million for build and $30 million for tech.
So Rory says we did the math wrong.
Okay. Okay.
We'll figure it out.
So we'll have to rejigger it.
So we only have $50 million a year. That's,
okay. Thank you.
And the evaluation is part of that.
I'll address that real quickly. Okay. It was actually one of your staff. I'll get it. It was one of your staff who pointed it out to me yesterday that yes, we counted the $50 million wrong, and so we have to adjust for that, and yeah, $50 million is all we got. That includes evaluation, and so I guess that's a good question, and that's in one of my questions is $2 million the right amount? Because for the more the more we spend on evaluation, the less we'll have for program dollars. 4% is we use the energy efficiency standard number, but it doesn't have to be 4% for this. It could be lower if we find that appropriate. So that's a good, for folks who are interested in weighing in on that, we'd love to hear your comments on. But yes, we acknowledge we made the math error.
Okay, so at this point, there's no proposal for how it will be realigned to still pay for that.
No, but again, we're open to suggestions, and we're also open to a lower budget or a higher budget if someone thinks it needs to be higher. We're open to suggestions on the evaluation protocol, and we do have something in the proposal that says that the implementer will provide real-time data, so we can have real-time course corrections and we can know what's going on. So there is that element built into the staff proposal on the for the implementer contract. So,
thank you.
In addition to the longer-term evaluation.
Yeah. So I think that just brings up the other. I just want a general comment is that we also presented the budget there, right, and the split between build and tech. So we would love to hear comments about if you think it should all go to tech, except for we have some obligation to build, right? So it doesn't have to be 40-60. It could be something else. So we'd love to hear your comments on that.
Good afternoon. Darren Hanway with SoCalGas. I manage all of our energy efficiency programs, which are the largest in the nation. So we save more natural gas than any other utility. When I was looking at SB 1477 and kind of comparing that with the proposal, it seems to me that SB 1477 is an emissions reduction bill, and the proposals seem to have a narrow interpretation solely focused on electric technologies or electrification technologies. And I think that's a tremendous missed opportunity. There's a plethora of high-efficient gas technologies that would qualify as reducing emissions over current code, whether it's ultra-high-efficient furnaces with low NOx, or it's a gas heat pump water heater, fuel cell technologies, and many, many more. And it seems to me that we're kind of missing the bigger picture if we're narrowing the program to only focus on a very subset of the market. So I would encourage you to reconsider that as part of your staff proposal. The other thing I noted, and if I did the math right from the wildfire rebuild program this morning, was that it was roughly $3,000 per ton of CO2. Our current energy efficiency programs, at least at SoCalGas, were less than $200. So there's a tremendous disparity in terms of cost effectiveness, and glad to see that was one of your guiding principles. But I would encourage you to look at that further, because if we're spending $3,000 per CO2 ton when we could be spending less than $200, it seems to me that the money is not going to go where it is needed the most.
Okay, thank you. So the only thing that there's a great comment. The only thing that I remember when we were discussing the justification, or what we would recommend in the staff proposal and what we wouldn't in terms of efficiency from both gas efficiency side and electric efficiency side, is that since we have such a small amount of money in the 1477 program, I would propose that your gas efficiency program should be run out of your gas efficiency programs, and equivalent things for electric efficiency. There's already $1 billion a year split between the IOUs for efficiency programs, and so we wanted to try to focus the building decarb work on things that wouldn't happen in either of those places that we could focus the funding on.
Great. Hi, Kevin Wood with Southern California Edison. There have been a number of comments this morning around cost efficiency for customers, bill neutrality, positive bill paybacks, and I just wanted to make sure that everybody, and you noted in your staff proposal, reads the study that was done, commissioned by SMUD, LEDWP, and ourselves, around customer cost effectiveness. And there's pretty clear evidence, particularly in retrofits, that customer bills go down. It's a great story. We retrofit space and water heating, and in pretty much all of the cases, customer bills go down. Plays well with the financing piece. All this stuff works really well together. Even on the new build side, there's a lot of positive customer cost benefits. If we increase the efficiency of those appliances that get installed for new construction, we can improve that even more. And you guys did point out very well that if we do this regionally and focus on areas of high cooling need, so much the better.
Great, thank you.
Hello, my name is Charlie Corman. I'm with Efficiency First California. We're also a third-party program implementer for the SMUD program. And I wouldn't put a caution in here about having utility bills not go up, and I'll give you two scenarios. I have experience as a contractor doing retrofits. If you take a baseline of a person who's not heating their home because they can't afford to, and you retrofit in and put in new technology, they start to use it and they're comfortable, their utility bill goes up. So that's a scenario. There's also another situation with heat pumps. If you go into a heat-only situation like all of San Francisco, and you retrofit with heat pumps, now they have air conditioning by default, where they've never had it before. So there is potential for the utility bills to go up. So one of the red flags that jumped out to me when I see this is that utilities, incentives won't be paid if utility bills go up. I think there needs to be some considerations to that.
Yeah, so maybe we should clarify that for the same services. Right.
Yeah, or some
if you're
form
adding
of a baseline,
services,
because if you do heat pump by default, you have air conditioning where you probably didn't before.
Right, exactly. So that, I would consider that a higher level of service, right?
There should be some definitions of where, because I would hate for people to lose out on incentives.
No, absolutely. That's a very good point. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so as facilitator, I'm going to move us along, and I don't have my agenda, but aren't you doing tech next? Okay, great.
And I brought the whole staff proposal in case I need to refer to it, if somebody has another thing about what's in the staff proposal comes up. Anyway, so I want to start my presentation with just a little anecdote before I get into the meat of the proposal. It's about my sister's house. Now, my sister has a house that's about 100 years old or so in Portland, Oregon. And a few years ago, she got a heat pump water heater installed through a partnership with NEA, Portland General Electric, or is it Portland Gas, or PGE, and Roto-Rooter. She paid about $700 for this heat pump water heater, and she loves it. It gives them all the hot water they need, and it has the extra bonus of it's ducted and it goes into a vent in the floor in the kitchen, and it provides air conditioning while it's heating water. That's the function of this heat pump. And she says it's great, and the electricity bill is lower, and she just is very happy with the program and very happy with the product itself, and it's been there for years, and she's good with that. So this has all been done before, and I think that sort of story is a good example of what we mean when we talk about market transformation, how to do this with existing customers. It's make the cost about the same, make it easy, bring in contractors like plumbers. He said this plumber that did it was very knowledgeable, knew everything about the heat pump, knew how to wire it and everything. Obviously, Roto-Rooter did some training, so that's sort of an example of how this can work in the real world. And having said that, I'll go through what the sort of high level of what is in the staff proposal for the tech program, which is technology and equipment for clean heating. Yeah. So here, the problem, just in case you haven't seen these sorts of things before, it was mentioned in a previous presentation, but we actually have about 85% of direct building emissions coming from heating and from water heating and space heating. And that's why the bill, that was why it was intentional in the bill that it just be about space and water heating. That's what SB 1477 says. It doesn't say anything about, for the tech program, it does not say anything about cooking or hot tubs or dryers. And 70% of the direct emissions are coming from the existing residential sector. This is what the problem we have to solve right now is. So it's not as big of an issue in the commercial sector. This is where we need to transform the market, is existing residences. And if we don't do this, there's no way we're going to hit that 40% by 2030 goal. So just to sort of outline what the big challenge for tech is. Hello? Is it that one? Is it the green one? If you point it that way, maybe? Okay. So it's just some legislative background. This is what this is language that's straight from the bill. That the program is intended to advance the state's market for low-emission space and water heating equipment for new and existing residential buildings, and directs the CPUC to identify and target equipment technologies that are in an early stage of market development and would assist the state in achieving the state's GHG emission goals. And it should accomplish this through upstream market development, consumer education, contractor and vendor training, and the provision of upstream and midstream incentives to install low-emission space and water heating equipment. So that's just to sort of level set what the legislation says, in case you've either read it a long time ago and forgot, or you never read it. This is getting into the staff proposal. So the PUC proposes that we will work with Southern California Edison, who will hold a contract for the implementer for the tech program, and run a solicitation for the third-party implementer program. We have a governance structure which kind of puts us at the PUC at the center of it. Before I was doing this, I've been managing a marketing program called Energy Upgrade California, and this is roughly based on what we've done with Energy Upgrade California. I think it's worked pretty well. And so we will be the managers of the work, but of course we'll have lots of ways for input and the sort of the collective expertise of the folks who are in this room or otherwise pretty knowledgeable about how to do this. And in terms of what we're looking for from an implementer, these are some of the things that we're looking at to address the market barriers. These are the market barriers that exist now. Lack of coordination with other programs. One of the things that we had to do, one of the reasons we had to sort of patch together, I mean, it worked out great, but one of the reasons we had to do the PG&E, Sonoma Clean Power, Bay Area Air Quality Management District, we had to sort of patch together a lot of things. And that's sort of an example of coordination with other programs, but it doesn't always work out so well. And we want to be coordinating with other programs. We want to be coordinating with energy efficiency programs and customer-owned generation, and everything should be stackable. Is a term I've heard. Untrained workforce. If you go to try to put I think this is slowly changing, but if you called up a plumber right now and asked them to put in a heat pump water heater, they'd probably, think like, why do you want one of those? Is the question I hear anecdotally that a lot of contractors get, unless they're very specialized. But a lot of the market does not. A lot of the contracting market does not trained how to do this. It's not very common in California. Lack of coordination at local permitting offices. We've heard some permitting offices tell the residents that these things are not even legal, and so there needs to be some coordination there. Lack of consumer demand. Partly because of all the other reasons, the first few reasons, the consumers just aren't asking for these things yet. Again, I think that's changing. I'm seeing them in Home Depot now, so that's progress. But then there's lack of awareness among contractors. And there are many more market barriers. So these are the things that we need to get through. Oops, what did I do? Oh. That's the pointer. I'm sorry. So we are looking, when we will go out to an RFP, we will do a competitive bid, and we'll be looking for an implementer which should be able to implement a holistic market transformation effort, which includes all of the below. The customers and the builders and the contractors have been policymakers, that there's awareness, that awareness is raised on this issue, that customers receive a good value, that builders and contractors receive good value over the incumbent technologies, and that supply chains and delivery agents are able to meet a rising demand with quality products. The supply chain is really important in this, and when I say the supply chain, everything from the manufacturers to the end users. It is sort of it is a chain, and if there's any link in the chain that is weak or not great, then that chain isn't such a good chain. So the chain includes the manufacturers promoting heat pump products and increasing the market share of heat pump products. The representatives, who are the ones that promote the products, and they act as an ally, a midstream ally. The distributors, these are the companies that offer sales and marketing support, elevate inventories and lines of credit. Contractors, who are the trusted advisors and trade allies. And then at the end, we've got the end users who need to find the value in the indoor comfort, health, and safety, and bill savings. So the strategic initiatives that we've sort of outlined in the TEC program are upstream, so really working on incentives and partnerships with supply-side market actors, the manufacturers, the midstream, the workforce development, the education, and supply chain management. So we sort of see two very interconnected initiatives there. The third initiative is a grants program that was brought up by one of the speakers earlier. I believe it was $5 or $6 million. And the idea of this is to really kind of put out a competitive grant program that will just say, you know, we want innovative ideas and these are going to be pretty localized, and we want innovative ideas in your town, your county, your whatever jurisdiction, for how to get these into people's homes quickly, while we kind of figure out the larger program dimensions. So the idea is to sort of have sort of like innovation grants to do this, kind of like the EPIC program. And the last piece is the prize program, which we heard a lot about this morning. And so this is the budget, and somehow this one actually adds up to $30 million. But again, we'll figure out the math later. But this is roughly the way it breaks down. So $22 million for the mainstream program, $5 million for the quick start programs, and $2 million for the prize. And then it was roughly $1 million for evaluation. So some of the questions, those are my slides, and I've teed up a few questions, but I'm going to put these out there, and if people want to come up and try to answer them, they are welcome to, or they can make comments of other things or other aspects of the TEC proposal. Should a prize be used to augment the TEC program? If a prize approach is used, what should be the attributes of the prize? How should any level of incentive or reward be set? Should it be the state agencies, or should it be the program implementer? And third, to what extent should the agencies try to leapfrog to the use of advanced technologies like grid-connected water heaters versus taking a more gradual approach to moving to new technologies? So that's the end of my presentation. I'm just going to leave those questions up there and invite folks like Ralph to come down and
Hi, thanks, Rory. Ralph Denola with New Buildings Institute. So we've been working with the Building Decarbonization Coalition on the heat pump water heater campaign, and we've done a lot of analysis based upon some workshops that happened last September. So we recognize that there are 12.5 million water heaters in California, 90% are using gas. And it seems to me, through all the work that we've done with this group so far, what is really needed, if there's going to be a prize, is maybe a competition around a marketing campaign, a public awareness campaign. We need to do something to raise public awareness, and because people generally don't really care where hot water comes from, but we can tie this to so many of the issues that we recognize are in their homes. Public health issues, indoor health, asthma, and other research that has been uncovered, and then of course the connection to environment and climate, et cetera. So we would encourage that if there is a prize, that at least a portion of that funding goes towards a competition for a statewide campaign that maybe could actually be rolled out into a national campaign. And I think, California leads, everyone looks to California. This is a great opportunity with some funding to actually launch this kind of a national campaign. And then we have a framework, we have a programmatic framework that recommends incentive level and what the program structure could look like. So we'd be happy to share that.
Okay, on the first point, on the prize, let me just ask a question for you. How will we know when we have a winner for the marketing campaign?
Well, I'm curious because the fire rebuild. I don't mean to have this sort of brainstorming here. The presentation this morning, it was very compelling to hear about the fire rebuild program, and I'm saddened by a 6% adoption rate. And so I think the question, like market transformation should deliver this transformation. We should be halfway through this transition to electric water heating by 2030. So we have metrics for success, and we can look at those milestones along the way. But I think it's critical that we have a significant adoption rate. And I think without a compelling connection to say, like, this is actually, and Owen Howlett has a great presentation on social movements that I'd recommend you look at, and he can present. And he's basically suggesting that this is not about technology adoption, this is a movement, and we have to actually connect this to these broader climate and environmental goals.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, I'm Marion Borgeson with NRDC. I just want to thank both Martha and Rory and the staffs from both agencies for this really solid proposal. It's awesome to see you guys sort of taking in all the feedback you've gotten and really coming out with something that's super constructive. We'll have little tweaks to it, we'll get lots of little suggestions. I think the one main...
That's why we called it a draft proposal. Yes. It's like, in case you're wondering...
This is how a process should work.
Yes.
It's great. Just one little tweak. So I spent a lot of time working on 1477. One piece of the tech program in terms of the legislative language was that special consideration should be given to, quote, technologies that improve the health and safety of and energy affordability for low-income households. And I think that the tech program portion of the proposal could emphasize that more. I think we need to think about specific ways that low-income households, maybe certain technologies that may be present more often in low-income or renter households may be able to be targeted. I'm in terms of the second question, I don't think we should be giving super directive instruction to the third-party implementers, but we have to really make sure like what our priorities are, and because that's in the legislative language and is like I think, priority for everyone in this room and for the state, we should think about ways that certain technologies that tend to benefit those populations more, like really old gas wall furnaces, for example, that have health issues plus other issues, can be integrated in each piece of these. So we're going to think about how that can be done. I'd be curious to know any of your thoughts about that. We'll try to provide some constructive recommendations, but I think that's going to be a key piece of making tech successful.
Yeah, I think we would welcome that, certainly. Yeah, thanks.
I have a few questions from the WebEx. Part of the upstream landscape includes architects and other design professionals who are in many cases trusted advisors in establishing home design parameters. Architects are active in projects that range from single-family to multifamily and mixed-use homes. Where do design professionals fit into the tech program landscape?
I think they would be more for the build program landscape. Did we put it, was that in the tech chapter?
So yeah, this is Martha. So I would agree that mostly it sounds like new construction, but if there's like a major retrofit that the design community would get involved in, that's where I'd see the connection to tech. Yeah. And I would not be surprised, especially based on what Bruce and others have said today in terms of connecting the envelope improvements with better outcomes for space heating and health and grid flexibility, that there's a design element of that on the tech side as well as build.
The second question is, does this staff proposal have an official definition of market transformation?
I don't think we went there. I don't remember if we actually tried to define market transformation. I think we said market transformation framework, but I don't know if I think we just used the term and then we just have all the specific parameters that we're looking for. I don't know if we tried to get into, because there's kind of a big debate about that, but I think we sort of put in the staff proposal and the pages that follow, what we're looking for.
Thank you.
should we maybe kind of go back and forth? Yeah.
Hi, I'm John Sarter with the Clean Coalition, and I'm really glad to see the question come up about utilizing grid-connected water heaters and appliances. And I really think if we don't take this approach, and this is a huge opportunity as we decarbonize and electrify, to create technologies and integrate them into homes that are grid interactive, they support the grid, they can help balance the grid because there are going to be more loads on the grid as we move forward potentially, including electric vehicles, right? One thing I haven't seen mentioned is energy storage systems and how those might play into the tech arm of this as well. And I think it's important, again, as we electrify to help create resilience, to include energy storage as an element. And if you can't incentivize it, at least give points within the prize system to help devise that for moving towards microgrids for critical facilities and even community microgrids to help enhance resilience.
I know one of the things we're concerned in a different proceeding, the SGIP proceeding, is the grid-connected water heater, grid-connected water heaters as an energy resource. Right. So it's not like you need the water heater plus energy storage. The water heater is energy storage. Yes. And so that's kind of what we're considering in a different proceeding. I see. Yeah, because the hot water is your,
right.
Yeah,
okay. So it is sort of considered but not specifically mentioned in this arm.
Yeah, again, it's kind of being, it could be a different incentive stream if that proceeding decides that that's appropriate. So, yeah. Okay. So it is being considered elsewhere. But yeah, I mean, we're aware of that it is a grid, it could be a really good resource. Yeah. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Brad Henry with the California Solar and Storage Association. I'd mostly like to encourage you to focus on concrete outcomes. We need units installed, right? I think that the prize program is intriguing, interesting. It's a good shot. I have to admit I'm skeptical. We all recognize that there's not enough money to do the market transformation that we ultimately need. And it's good that the legislature directed you to create a program with upstream and midstream incentives. Legislature didn't want to start with just yet another customer rebate program. So that's where we start. But let's design a framework, and it's not out of the question that we all go back to the legislature and say, we've got something exciting. It does take more money, but we think we can achieve market transformation. That's up to us as part of the follow-up. On the marketing, again, I'm skeptical. We've seen in some of the other programs where the commission-run program has done general customer marketplace marketing programs that have been duds, really. I mean, you think about something like the Got Milk campaign that a lot of people like to point to. There's a ton of money that went into that, and that is influencing a decision that a consumer makes every week. When the water heater is leaking, you're not in the headspace in the same way. And
you're not thinking about that fuzzy bear that you see on, no?
Again, worth exploring, but deeply skeptical. So we can move the incentives upstream, but still base it on concrete outcomes. We don't need nuclear fusion to figure, we know basically what the technology is. There can be some technology refinement, which is really useful, but ultimately we need units installed.
Well, let me just sort of suggest something here. I know Allison said that we don't want to suggest anything, but I'm going to suggest something anyway. What if the prize was for number of units installed? What if, you're an HVAC or you're a plumber and you have the prize that you will get X $500,000 if you install 10,000 units, the first one to install 10,000 units. Then you have an outcome.
Yep,
that's the outcome.
Better, and I don't want to discourage I think creative thinking is absolutely necessary. In terms of financing mechanisms, we all need to do some creative thinking there. So we should do this whole exercise. The report is great, but ultimately don't think it's only that, because we've only got $50 million a year, so we can never get to the other kind of program.
Right.
Jim Litz again. Follow up on that. What we really need in this space is something on the scale of the California Solar Initiative, where it's
$2 or $3 billion over 10 years and a really long span that ramps down as you succeed. I don't think this is the venue where we can promote that, but that's where we can say what's needed.
We can say it, but we don't have the money won't appear.
If
you can go back.
I would just say that we agree that's the kind of scale we need, then we are encouraging program proposals that pilot that.
Yeah.
Like, so that we could just take that, whatever comes out of 1477 tech, and it becomes CSI for water heaters with a legislative move.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fourth phase of this proceeding is supposed to be a longer-term policy framework. This is kind of the training wheels or where we figure out where we can get some lessons learned to put into that long-term policy framework.
Yeah. Another more specific question. If you can go back 2 or 3 slides to the org chart sort of one. That one.
Oops, that one, yep.
Yeah. Just based on the success of the Advanced Energy Rebuild program, I think instead of the third-party implementer going directly to the subcontractors, it should go like sideways to the local CCA, city, county organization, whoever has a local energy office, sustainability office, and then go down to the subcontractors.
Okay, so that you're proposing an extra box for local government partner of some sort.
Yeah, because they obviously have, as everybody was saying, the boots on the ground, the knowledge of how to work it locally, that a third-party statewide implementer won't have.
Right.
Third-party statewide implementer can keep track of how many water heaters come into California from the manufacturers, can coordinate the education program that is the same statewide, that sort of stuff. But the actual implementation of getting things into people's houses should be coordinated very tightly at the local level.
Right, okay, thanks.
I have a question from Tom Conlon on the WebEx. I don't believe your initial list of technologies included storage, presumably because of cost and equity issues. But could very low-cost storage-ready technologies make it on your short list?
The technologies are limited by the legislature, and it was space and water heating. So for the tech program, that's it. Again, you could consider water heating storage. Some do. If it's grid enabled, it can be considered storage. But in terms of the storage that maybe the questioner is thinking of, which is a battery, no, it's out of scope of the law.
What if a storage technology resulted in a reduced emission for a space or water heating? Is that too indirect?
I suppose it. I guess I'd have to look at the. I suppose that if anything that reduces emissions from space and water heating.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was probably the intent of the question. That would be my guess, is that, we know the grid doesn't have the same emission intensity 24/7, and so if you can use storage to heat your hot water at times of low carbon, then there's a potential play there. I don't know.
I guess that could be. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it that's a good.
I think that the outcome that this discussion right now gives me as a staff member of the proposal is, let's make sure the next version allows for that kind of flexibility when it's appropriate, like so that we don't close the door inappropriately, but not keep it so open-ended that we haven't focused in the right way.
Right. That's very true.
Thanks for John Swatolski, Californians for Balanced Energy Solutions. Once again, I wanted to just push back on the marketing campaign suggestion. I want to really caution you as stewards of public dollars and of representatives of agencies that were potentially using public dollars to run a marketing campaign to raise awareness for manufactured items, for heat pumps. So we're therefore advertising for these manufacturers who also are getting highly subsidized. The consumers are being subsidized to purchase these products. And so really the question is that the highest and best use of public dollars within this program, given all the issues of trying to scale as a previously stated goal, issues of affordability and equity? I think you need to ask the coalition and the manufacturers to come to the table and be a partner with you. And if they want a marketing campaign, then we should be paying for that out of private dollars and not out of these funds and out of public dollars, taxpayer-funded dollars. So I think that's kind of important that we keep that high level of the best and highest use of that public monies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, it's Charlie Corman again with Efficiency First California. I'm going to speak now as a program implementer to point number 2. One of the advantages, we run the SMUD program, we're a third-party implementer, and we're constantly making adjustments and refinements to the program. And within that, it includes changing amounts of rebates and incentives for various components based on what we're seeing in volume and uptick and what our goals are. I can't imagine how restrictive it would be to put that to have to go through a state agency or process. So hands down, I think the program implementers should be responsible for incentive levels.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, this is Jennifer West. I work at Stop Waste, but I also work on a program funded by the Air District for 2 years under a BayREN umbrella on the 9-county, a midstream incentive program for heat pump water heaters. And we're about 6 months into that, and we're still setting up our program design, but it's very exciting to see the possibilities here of something statewide similar to what we've been working on. First, I just want to echo Marion's comments about low-income households within the tech program and how important I think that is. And secondly, and more broadly, to comment on something that didn't come up, which is in the staff proposal, a geographic focus on, I think it's based on the E3 study for heating and air conditioning loads. And I just want to point out the difference between space heating and water heating, and that clearly a statewide incentive program that targets water heating, I hope, would not be restricted to climate zones, given that everyone's using water heating and that about 2/3 of our population live in coastal communities. So I just wanted to make sure that that restriction is not being applied unduly to water heating program.
Great. Just a question on that. One of the compelling reasons to go to hotter zones is the panel size. So if if a house already has an air conditioner, you don't need a panel upgrade, supposedly, because the panel has the capacity to handle the extra load. Whereas if you are in the Bay Area where people don't have air conditioning, or the inner Bay Area anyway, then it's a panel upgrade. It might be another $1,000. Should we provide an incentive for that panel upgrade too? When we can, it's kind of like you can do 2 incentives in Fresno or one in the Bay Area. What is the right?
That's a concern. I don't actually have a good answer for you on that. Although I know that it's a real barrier for folks here because we're running into that with our and concern with our program. I will say that in terms of a market transformation, I don't think you want to exclude coastal communities because that's not going to be. I mean, the market here, at least in the Bay Area, is much larger than the market just over the hills. So just a concern that you would, for a distributor to look at the larger market, if you're applying incentives in just one geographic area, it's going to restrict, I think, what happens.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Pardon me for skipping around, but I'm mostly going to offer a couple of comments, and one is that cost effectiveness, I think, is key, and one of the criticisms of Energy Upgrade California was that they had fairly high administrative costs with that program, and I think a lot of marketing dollars were spent trying to force fit the glass slipper, and inclusive finance, I think, would avoid a lot of those costs because it's a program that would sell itself, and there's some discussion of partnering with Zero Home that could actually target by address which homes are fit that model the best. So you could eliminate a lot of the marketing dollars, and I agree with the previous comments that it's questionable using public funds to market for private industry. I would question that myself, although I think it's important to create awareness around SB 350's goals in general, because I think the general public is not aware of decarbonization or that initiative, as a whole. So that segues into, Mitsubishi supports incentivizing things like development of low GWP refrigerants. The prize could be done something in that category, kind of a moonshot to not do this as an incremental change over the next 15 years, but let's get everybody moving towards GWP refrigerants more quickly. Another idea that came up over lunch was to incentivize with the prize money product development that would readily retrofit into multifamily residences, that would integrate hot water and space heating and have some synergies where that's concerned with minimal impact, as in drywall and modification of the residence that would make it uninhabitable for any period of time. So an upgrade crew could come in and in hours be done and back out again. I had one other comment, and that was in regard to comments by, I think your name is Eric, with the gas utilities union. I don't think gas appliances work without electricity in most cases these days, except for the old 50% efficient gas hot water heaters that we really do need to get rid of. So I don't know that we're gaining any resiliency by holding on to gas. I appreciate the need to kind of maintain job security for that market, but I think that there are still going to be those jobs. There's still going to be a gas infrastructure. Also, the area burned, according to the National Climate Assessment on page 163, it indicates that the area burned between 1984 and 2015 in fires nationwide is approximately double what it would have been if climate change hadn't occurred. So the spark that causes the utility, power line dropping in a high wind and causing that fire has greatly increased the scale and the scope of this property damage that we're seeing. And that is directly related to fossil fuel consumption and not to the utilities. So 20 years ago, the typical damage was 300 to 500 million a year, and now we're seeing 17 billion in this peak year recently. So I think we need to look at the actual root causes when we draw those comparisons. Thank you.
Thanks. Are we caught up with the webinar, with the WebEx? We're good. Okay.
George Nesbitt, HERS Rater. To kind of restate something you said earlier, we can't build new buildings to reach our goals because there's a lot more existing buildings. So I'd say back to the question earlier with Martha, as far as funding, more funding needs to go towards, focus towards existing buildings. The thing is, we actually suffer from many of the same problems, existing and new buildings. Technology is not really the answer. Okay, the tankless water heater is more efficient in theory, but when you have endless hot water, you can use more hot water. Put in a high efficiency gas furnace into ducts that are not in conditioned space, not or poorly insulated, leaky, and as some have said, you're wasting energy more efficiently. So many of us know and do. We know how to build buildings that perform well and will need less energy. So if we're focused on technology and just getting heat pumps or efficient water heaters or decarbonization of specific appliances, especially in existing homes that are uninsulated, not airtight, have excessive solar gains, so on and so forth, it's an uphill battle. And then, so the common thread between new and existing is just the fact we don't design right, and even if we did, we don't build it right. We don't implement code practices as well as we should. And so there's lots of problems. But just in general, existing homes cost more than new. I mean, the incremental cost is small.
Sure.
Just a couple thoughts. As a contractor, if the supplier stocks something, it's probably more likely to get used. So in the sense, one thing we do need to focus on is getting equipment stocked and also reducing price difference.
Right.
So a traditional water heater, well, it used to be like $300 or even less, but a high efficiency water heater would run like $1,400. And so, you know, bringing those price differences down, and I mean, it may have to come through even taxing lower efficient equipment to bring their price up. So the better stuff has to be available, and it really shouldn't be so much more expensive.
Right. Thanks.
Hi, Dan Bush from the Public Advocate's Office. So one of the things I've been hearing in the conversation is a bit of slippage between what the legislation requires, which are midstream and upstream market transformation approaches, and downstream, you sort of customer-facing programs and incentive design. And that makes me think that there was a comment earlier about having a clearer definition of what market transformation means in this context, that might be helpful to try to steer towards the approaches that are permissible for, say, for the tech program, and those that are off the table. So, like, you know, incentivizing panels is probably a downstream issue that isn't really where you're headed here, and right. You know, as just as an example, or what the incentive design is, and you know, to try and focus more on, you know, distributors, contractors, incentives, you know, manufacturers, that level of intervention, but may be helpful just in terms of framing the conversation. And then a couple of specific comments. One and sort of a question, which was, we noticed that the budgets for tech are the same across all 4 years, but some of the purposes of the budget elements seem that they have different timing. Like, you have a grants program that seems like it's supposed to get some things up off the ground really quickly. Right. And similarly, you have a prize program, but that at least as budgeted, that's $2 million a year for 4 years. I wonder if staff considered moving some things around, and we'll think about how we might be able to make some recommendations about how to meet your purposes, you know, in comments. But it seems like, you know, you might want to front load certain things and then back load others, and, you know, as you sort of ramp up, you know, like, if you want to do small grants to do something rapid, maybe you want to do $10 million up front, and then, you know, over the first 2 years, and then no more, well, as you ramp up your larger program. Not vouching for those numbers, just as an example.
No, that's a good suggestion.
And I guess the last one is that the prize, so far we haven't heard, I haven't heard a clear articulation of what the presenter was sort of saying, that Goldilocks principle of you need a specific thing that you're looking for, not too specific, but, you know, specific enough. At this point, it looks like an invitation from staff for folks to propose what that is. It may make more sense, if you don't have that yet, to move that prize into a set of possible tactics rather than to allocate funds specifically dedicated to it, and therefore not that you can't allocate to something else. Since what you wouldn't want to have $8 million, you know, $2 million a year, or a significant portion of your budget locked up if nobody ever really identifies something that's appropriate for a prize. And for example, like a competition to have the most installations, you will essentially award a prize to the largest installer in the state. Whoever starts as the largest installer will win your prize. I don't think that's the specification you want, so you may want to make some modifications along those lines.
Right. Thanks, Dan.
You're doing good on time, actually.
Do we have till 2:45 now, or 2:30?
Well, we were going to start the build at 2:30, but we came back 5 minutes late, or 10 minutes late.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sasha.
Yeah, hi, Sasha Cole, also from the Public Advocate's Office. And I was inspired to get up by Jennifer's comments about whether we focus on customers in the Central Valley or on the coast, but there's a whole bunch of questions about who we prioritize with these programs, low income or not low income. I try to think about this from a market transformation perspective, which means in the end, maybe we want everybody to get stuff, but we can't do everybody at once. And so you think about it from how do you build a market? Where's the easiest place? What are the first barriers that we want to address? And then you iterate on that. So from that perspective, if the benefits are bigger for people in the Central Valley, then maybe you say, well, this is where the clear benefits are short term, and we build a workforce and we build a market, and then we move. The same thinking can go through low income. I'm not going to follow through the logic for each segment, but I just want to encourage people not to think about it as this limited pot of money that let's make sure we get this for our little segment of the market, but to think strategically like everyone's going to get this. Hopefully over time the costs will come down too, so people get it later will pay less. The installation qualities will go up. The installers will have more experience about how to use the technology and how to adapt it. But those are learning and outcomes. Those things will occur over time. And so in thinking about priorities in the short term, we'd want to think about where can we make the biggest impact right away? And then we'll, in doing that, discover barriers that keep us from spreading out from there and develop strategies with our new experience to address those other segments that aren't getting addressed properly. And that's the approach that I plan on encouraging my team to make in comments, and I just want people to think about that. It's not about like, oh, does the Central Valley get it or does the coast get it? It's about where can we make the impact and grow the market most effectively and develop that expertise and knowledge to keep the momentum going.
Great, thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Ganata. I'm a senior staff attorney at Communities for a Better Environment. So we represent folks in East Oakland, Richmond, Southeast LA, and Wilmington. And actually, I wanted to, I appreciate the use of equity and prioritizing equity. And I want to say that I think as a lot of our folks that we help, our community members, a lot of them are tenants. And I think as California is both facing a climate crisis as well as a housing crisis, I think this is one of those things that while you're creating incentives, that the people who are benefiting are the people who spend the most of their income to utilities, as well as the people who are living in these frontline communities who are being impacted as a result of climate change, climate crisis. And so as we look forward in terms of the tech, to ensure that whoever is taking this, if it's a multi-dwelling unit or, housing, et cetera, for tenants, that those people who are going to benefit from the actual technology, and they won't be displaced because, they're retrofitting a building, et cetera. And I think that a lot of programs in the state of California don't think about that long term because we do have a lot of tenants and we do have a lot of low-income tenants. And I just wanted to stress that part.
Great, thanks.
Hi. Scott Blunt from SMUD. A couple of things. You mentioned the permitting offices and not having a trouble getting them through. We had that trouble initially as well. The first few took a lot of extra work to get through. After that, it's now simple, so that shouldn't be a big focus of this.
There's hundreds of
yeah, but I mean hundreds of offices, sure, but it's a very short-term problem. I also kind of reiterate something somebody just said was money going to a local jurisdiction kind of directly. I think if we want to talk about market transformation, I think the biggest market transformation thing that happened in this year so far is Berkeley banning gas. Even though that may save no carbon or almost no carbon this year or next year, I think the ripple effects through the state and through the country are going to be really huge. So money going to a local jurisdiction to ease the transition, so basically offering at the same time where you're implementing, the jurisdiction is implementing something, it doesn't have to be a ban, there's also an incentive to go along with it at the same time, not just a carrot or a stick, but a carrot too on both sides may help. I also think a prize on a low global warming potential refrigerant would be really great. We have them. We don't have them in the technologies we're installing right now. I know Sandon is doing great with their CO2, but to get that in the rest of the equipment would be, or something like that would be a big winner. And also to go back to before lunch, explaining this to my mom, you know, using that paradigm. How do I explain my mom? I'm working on carbon emissions. What does that really mean? And to me, that simply means gas pollution. When we talk about buildings and carbon emissions is a very nice way of saying gas pollution. So I just want to kind of frame it that way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ole Pilgaard from Heliodyne Solar Hot Water. In fear of stating the obvious, we have 12 million water heaters installed in California. It's represent a replacement market of around 800,000 water heaters a year. My experience after 25 years in that branch is that the majority of those are emergency replacements. Very few is planned replacements.
That's
that
right.
means the person that has to take the decision about a new way of heating water may not be presented with that alternative fuel switching technology.
Right.
So they're going to go with the same brand, the same type, and be over with it, and probably at a much less cost. So that's one of the biggest barriers as I see it, having been in that business for so long.
You only want to take a cold shower one morning, and then that's...
No, I mean, you know how it is,
That's
right?
Yeah.
You know, you have a water heater. We all have a water heater.
Yeah.
We don't really know which brand it is. We know approximately where it is and so on.
Yeah.
But we don't really care about it when you get a cold shower.
Yes, exactly.
So that's one of the keys that has to be solved in order to get mass deployment of a new technology. The second thing I would like to say is that obviously I represent solar hot water. We made a study with the SRCC that the equivalent COP value of solar hot water is around 16 compared to heat pumps about average 2.5. So consider having a rated incentive structure to reward the technologies that gives the most displacement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Greg Gahagan, UMA Solar. Following up a little bit on that, in terms of water heating and greenhouse gas emissions, are you looking at all in terms of multifamily projects where there's pools?
Yes, I don't believe pool heating is in the, it's just space and water heating. When it's water.
It's water heating. It's water heating with really large amounts of natural gas and greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah. I'm not, pool heating I think is, I'd have to look at the bill language to see.
We would appreciate you.
But multifamily, certainly, I mean.
Yeah, it is multifamily.
Yeah.
So please provide your comments and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, Ralph Donnell with New Buildings Institute. Sorry, I didn't answer question 3 when I was up here last time. I was just wanting to reinforce that these pilots moving forward with SB 1477 and the tech program is an ideal opportunity to do grid-connected water heaters. And I would point to NEA. They have an advanced water heating specification, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. And then the state of Washington recently, the legislature passed a requirement that all electric water heaters have that grid-connected capability. So following the state of Washington and really embedding it in the program, I think could be a real benefit. And especially given the challenges of the duck curve in California, the 12.5 million water heaters, as we do this replacement, would be a great resource for energy storage.
Great, thanks. Are we out of time?
So Bruce is coming up, and let's make that the last one. It has to be quick.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'll be quick.
Okay.
I just wanted to advocate for midstream incentives because I think supply chains are really key, and that has been a real barrier. But I also advocate for what one of the commenters said about targeting low-income and high AC cost regions. I think it makes sense to, we're going to get the most ROI for the investment if we're doing electrification on homes that have both AC and furnaces. And for that reason, I think focusing on low-income regions in the Central Valley really makes a lot of sense. and that we should really pair with that. The HVAC industry as a whole, contracting side of it, is very short of workforce and workforce development, and this initiative provides for that. And there's a high retirement rate at this moment in time and very few new people coming in. There's a need for recruitment at the high school level. There's also a need for a new HVAC business model where HVAC contractors currently are not allowed by state law to address things that impact the heat load calculations and the system sizing in the house. They're not allowed to replace insulation in the attic, perform air sealing, hire subcontractors to do that, even though those are very non-technical things that general contractors are required to do. HVAC contractors should be allowed to do that as well and benefit from those subcontracts, be able to mark those up so that that's offsetting the money that they're losing for downsizing the system. If we were to implement Chitwood's methodology, I think everybody here is familiar with Rick Chitwood, we can cut the typical 5-ton AC system down to 2 tons. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be mandating that as part of this program, because that's solving the grid harmonization and the grid capacity issues of electrification as well. So those are my main comments. And one last thing, I disagree. Incentives should be for both space heating and domestic hot water because we face the same market barriers. Yeah.
Great. Thanks. All right. Thank you. It was a great questions, everyone. Thanks so much.
And don't all of you leave, Bruce. So thank you for staying and listening to Bill. And this is the last thing that we're going to torture you with today. So, and we do, even though you guys have had great questions, they have not been the same ones that we asked ourselves and asked you to respond to in the staff proposal, so we really do want you to consider those in your comments back to us because they'd be very helpful. So we're proposing that the California Energy Commission administrates build as a direct connection with our new construction of building energy efficiency standards efforts. We recommend that we provide direct incentives, financial incentives, to the deployment of near zero emission technologies to reduce emissions in new residential buildings. The focus is new and single and multifamily dwellings. So the eligible recipients that we're proposing are either owners of new buildings, new owners, or the builders, or even the subdivision developers of new residential housing. So all those are options for where we place and target the incentives. A minimum of 30% of the funds must be reserved for low income, as defined in the legislation. And we're proposing that the Energy Commission, if we are the administrator or whoever administrates the program, actually lets a competitive solicitation quickly for administration of technical assistance to be provided specifically to low-income building developers, because we understand there's really specific needs in that area, both in matching the technology with the building needs and getting access to the funding in specific ways, and understanding that whole low-income development marketplace. So we don't have that expertise at the Energy Commission, and we think that it would be well served to provide that direct technical assistance. So the budget summary for build, I think we talked about this, so I'm going to keep going out of reflect for time. There's nothing new there. This also I don't think is too helpful. I'm going to be talking about each of these elements. This is in the proposal. This is our streamlined proposal for how the build program structure would go. Hey, it all fits on one page, so it's simple. So there's a lot of information here which is in the proposal. So it is a one-page summary. So this, again, what I just said about a competitive solicitation for technical assistance expertise focused on low-income property development. We would love your feedback on the amount of funding we're proposing for this. We have even internally debated whether the low-income funding should go directly into incentives or a split between incentives and design, technical assistance. Or if we should actually spend more money on low income and say at a minimum 30% goes directly to incentives, and in addition to that, we should have tech assistance. So we would love your feedback on that. I think it's an important thing to do right, and we want to pilot the right contributions to the low income market. So we're thinking about this pretty directly as a technology specific, like what we would do in a building standard, where you would provide you a performance credit for a specific technology that saved energy. Here we're proposing to do a specific incentive level based on emission reductions for specific technologies. We know that some of the emissions will obviously change by climate zone if the technology is climate sensitive, like space heating and space cooling. We're proposing 2 levels of incentives, a base level of incentive for space heating, water heating, and electric cooking. One of the things that I only said once this morning, but I should reiterate here, is that we are proposing to have an entry-level requirement of an all-electric home. So we think there are very big policy benefits for the state of California to pilot not extending the gas infrastructure to help us meet our climate goals. And so we would love to see the build part of 1477 really focus on low carbon, all electric construction. And again, there's a huge paradigm change here for new construction, so we acknowledge that. Even more reason to focus on it, we think. But we would love your feedback. And then, so that's the base level. We do think that we have the ability to incent electric cooking, so high efficiency electric cooking, because the legislation didn't limit us the way it did in tech for space heating and water heating. In build, it's just low carbon technologies. And so since we have that all-electric requirement, we really want to get that cooking part right, again, for market transformation, to get consumer acceptance of cooking with electricity, and also to really get the emission savings. We're also proposing kicker incentives that would encourage additional emission reduction benefits beyond the baseline level. So this would include thermal storage, either through really good envelope technologies that allow you to shift space heating and space cooling load to lower carbon periods of the day and evening, or electrical storage, low global warming potential refrigerants. The other question mark is an idea that, again, we want to keep open. The idea of a kicker incentive, the thing that comes to mind for me is this is new construction. It's going to be largely targeted at production builders. They build the same thing over and over again in different parts of the state. So if we really want the best technology and technology combinations for low carbon solutions, we probably want them to design differently than they do now. So the combination, like what we heard from Rory's sister, where she got air conditioning as an outcome from her heat pump water heater, that's not going into any production building that I know of in California. So if we could offer a little bit of a kicker incentive for design assistance to help people get over the hump of doing a production build with the new technology combinations, we think that would be money well spent. Let's see, performance metrics for build. Obviously, greenhouse gas emission reductions and avoided emissions, the cost that we would be spending on the emission reductions. Projected bill savings, so again, this is new construction, so we would basically use the 2019 building standards as the baseline, and, assuming that everyone's going to build to that level, as estimated with our performance compliance software, and then the bill savings would be what we would project using that same modeling software. We're going to track the number of low emission systems installed, and other things that you recommend to us, we will include in our final proposal. So this is the evaluation part that is for both build and tech. I think we've talked about this. I'm reading quickly. Tell me if there's anything new here. I think that you guys have already given us great feedback about the relationship between evaluation and the program implementer, and how we'll have to really design that well for both build and tech, in order to do also to innovate on the evaluation side of ratepayer programs. So we heard that part. We are proposing that the Energy Commission is a good option for administrating build, again, because we implement the building standards. We have experience implementing new construction programs like the new Solar Home Partnership Program. We have this great working relationship with the PUC, but we also know that they can provide oversight in a really effective manner and a low-cost manner. So we propose that we would actually, similar to what we do for the EPIC program, where we submit an implementation plan for build to the Public Utility Commission, which they then review and approve. We have regular staff meetings, and which include the reporting on our implementation status. We'll have a joint evaluation contractor, so we'll be able to communicate through that mechanism as well and track progress. And then if there's any significant change in direction or funding levels, then we would bring that back to the Public Utility Commission for their first to discuss and then review and approve. Timelines, this is in the proposal. Basically, we're going to try and get started as quickly as possible. We're aiming for, spring 2020 to begin build implementation. That would require us to finish the staff proposal and also propose an implementation plan for build to the PUC before, of course, we would begin implementation. There are a few things in the appendix that we added for build that we would really like you to look at. There's a bunch of different ways that you could focus a new construction program to get emission reductions. So we've done enough review in terms of how we would calculate incentives using our standards performance compliance software that, it already does hourly kWh and therms and GHG emissions. So it's a good tool to use for a new construction program. In the appendix, there's a listing of the baseline amount, so what a new standard level building in different climate zones will emit, just the standard, the baseline home that uses gas, water heating and gas space heating. So that would be the baseline that any build program would be using to prove emission reductions. And you can see the difference by climate zone, where it really makes sense to focus on space heating in terms of emissions of that mixed fuel standard. It's a nicely built house, but it uses gas, and versus water heating is constant across areas of the state. We're also proposing to reduce the number of climate zones. So again, because we have a little bit of money and we don't want to spend it all on administration, we want to design an incentive program that really, and again, I think from a market transformation perspective, you want to give a limited number of signals to the builders in terms of how we value emission reductions. So we tried to organize the 16 climate zones we use in the building standards into climate regions. I think we came up with 6 that are obvious when you look at it. The north and central coast and the south coast and the deserts and the mountains and the Central Valley. And the emission, so we're proposing to create those higher level climate regions based on a weighted average of where we expect new residential construction to be built in the state. So I want you to look at that and see if there's any issues that you would have there. And the other thing that we're asking in questions that we would like you to give us feedback on is, since we have a limited amount of money and we want to do great big things, does it make more sense to focus a build new construction incentive at the individual home level, like we do with our new construction residential programs now, which we heard earlier, the incentives are calculated per home, but they're actually delivered to the builder, the production builder, like as a package for all the homes in their subdivision. Do we aim at that level? Do we aim higher up and ask developers to commit to an all-electric development and provide that the build incentives at that level? So there's a lot of different ways that we could approach build, and we're looking for your feedback. So I think what we have learned just from the little bit of analysis that we've done already is that if we want to reach, just say, something not too aggressive like 5% of new construction in California with a build incentive, the money that we would have to spend would be 10 times less than what I heard this morning for the fire rebuild. So instead of 10,000, you'd be getting 1,000 or something like that, which doesn't seem like a lot of money to ask for induction cooktop, a heat pump water heater, a heat pump space heater. So that's the challenge we have, is how should we best focus build to do the right things and pilot things that we want to scale for new construction, low carbon new construction. So I think that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Martha. This is Becky Menton, Center for Sustainable Energy. I'm really intrigued by the question of incentives, financial incentives versus technical assistance. When I was at MCE and we were administering multifamily to low income, we found, by and large, that developers were much more interested in engaging with our technical assistance and rebates because, as you noted, it was such a small portion of total project costs, but they didn't know where to start. They didn't know how to evaluate. They couldn't pull together financial models that would help get engagement from the C-suite. So I think that's really compelling. One other thing I've recently learned while trying to convince a developer to avoid natural gas construction to an entirely new planned development is that they have a lot of concerns about how homeowners are going to be willing to buy into the homes. However, if they were able to get CEQA recognition, that would give them some kind of benefit or an easier pathway to actually getting their development implemented through avoiding that natural gas tie-in. And if there was some assistance to help them quantify and justify that, that could really help them avoid lawsuits from Sierra Club or others who didn't want to see developments come into place. So that would be something that I would consider is working with the government's office or others to see if there can be some sort of coordination to get easy paths for developers.
Hey, Martha. Michael Colvin from Environmental Defense Fund. Since we have the timeline up here, I have a couple of just quick process clarification questions for you. The first one is, as we've discussed today, the budget doesn't seem to quite add up. Are you all going to give us a revised staff proposal before we have to submit comments on the 13th, so that way we actually can react to an actual proposal, or are we just supposed to make something up, or what would you
we don't want to reissue the staff proposal because that would slow everything down. So I don't know. What do you want to? Do you want to just assume that we're going to lop off $2 million from both build and tech equally? I don't know. I don't know how the math is wrong right now.
Well, I think part of your comment, part of what you can suggest is what is the right number for evaluation? Is it $2 million? It doesn't have to be $2 million.
Right, but the total needs to add up, and it's not adding up right now, so I can't reflect back on what the right amount is without seeing what your suggestion is.
I think you should assume that our original proposal, which we don't want to change, is 40-60 between build and tech, and that evaluation comes out equally from those.
Okay. Okay. Second question, just on your second to last bullet point here, you say 3 months after final staff proposal decision. That's not a thing. So what's the timeline? Do you mean 3 months after the staff proposal that just got issued a couple weeks ago? Do you mean the actual final decision adopting the staff proposal?
Yes, that one.
Okay, that's not clear from that. Okay, so the intent is if the commission, let's say, adopts something in the second December meeting, that you will then submit an implementation plan 3 months after that date.
Yeah.
So it's not a final staff proposal decision, it's when the commission acts adopting something.
Yes.
Okay.
And you could comment back that you want us to work in parallel, assuming that we're going to, see, our issue at the Energy Commission is we don't want to do the implementation plan if we don't get approval to run the program.
Sure, of course, that's fine. I just, it wasn't clear, like, that there's no such thing. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. I have a couple of other thoughts, but I see a big queue, so I'll let them go.
Okay.
My first issue is on the target population or the beneficiaries of these programs for both build and tech. And I see in the staff proposal a mention of a statewide, and we are at the Public Advocate's Office, based on the CARB regulations, the beneficiaries should be the ratepayers for the gas utilities, for the investor-owned gas utilities. So, that's primarily should be the targeted population.
Okay.
The other question I have is about the incentives in the build program. I'm a bit confused whether the incentives will be at the prescriptive incentives or technology categories, or is it based on the amount of GHG reduction? And is it $1 per GHG reduction?
So, yes, it's that. So what we were intending is that the technology categories that save the most emissions would get the most incentives. But what we're not sure of is whether we should be super granular in that, or just for the sake of simplicity and implementation ease and communication with the builders and developers, just, to round it off. You might deserve a little bit more in one area of the state for space heating. Should it be exactly, to the fourth significant digit, or should we round it off? That's what we're not sure about. But the basic premise is that the technology categories that save the most emissions would get the most incentive.
So is it by technology or by emissions? So are you paying the builder by how much emission they would reduce below the baseline, or are you incentivizing?
No, we're proposing it's that we predetermine the incentives. So we're not allowing them to just do whatever they want in the full-blown performance approach and say, we've saved this much emissions to give us money. Again, because we think that it requires more cost to the Energy Commission to enable all of those calculations in the software and to support that and update that over the course of the program period. And we also think for communication and for market transformation and public awareness, including builder awareness, we should say, look, this technology category is worth this much to us right now for the state of California, and have a more simplified incentive approach.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Martin with Sunlight Power. I have a few questions. One of the first ones is, you mentioned tract home as your target market. I'm curious if multifamily housing is not on your radar.
No, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to encourage the.
I was speaking in generalities. I'm sorry.
Okay. Multifamily housing, especially transit-oriented multifamily housing, and affordable transit-oriented multifamily housing is like a ridiculously good target market that you should be trying to incentivize as much as possible.
Okay, yeah. And you
should be clear.
Okay, yeah, and you could argue in your comments that deserves way more than 30% of our focus.
Well, it's just a pairing. There are already a bunch of incentives for them to be really efficient, but they don't really have all the funding to supply that. So it helps everybody in that long run.
Okay.
The second one is kind of paired to that is how much is site PV going to be associated with whatever technology that is paired with. So, if right now you can't really do electric resistance and offset it with PV, for example, for heating and claim that as greenhouse gas reductions, but in theory you could do that type of horse trading with this type of program, so I'm kind of curious where you come down on that, Mark.
Well, so we are thinking about this as the building standards are still the baseline. So if PV is required in the standard, we're not really thinking that. Are you thinking more about the emission reduction from,
emission reduction,
from
so
the coincidence of electric resistance heating and the PV on the roof?
Will that, if okay, you're doing this net zero above and beyond what the core, what the core minimum requirement is, or larger than four-story building for multifamily housing.
Right.
If you're doing that option and you're offsetting that, heat pump water heater with electric, with PV as the generating element, that is a net zero, a lot of carbon reduction compared to using the grid, right?
Right.
So is that coming into that, was PV coming into that calculation and you get additional incentives because of that?
So right now we were thinking about the battery component part of that being where you would get an incentive, but
batteries use energy, they don't.
No, what I'm saying is that if there's a little bit of coincidence with water heating and almost none with space heating, and when you have solar generating on your rooftop.
Does it have to be coincidence? You're just trying to reduce, it doesn't have to be one-to-one. Why wouldn't it just be reduction of overall carbon?
Because then it's the same as a grid metric, right? It's like the it's really a grid emission intensity metric, which we're planning to use anyway. So what we're saying is from an emission reduction perspective, if you've got storage, you should get extra credit. And I can see the point that for PV, when it's not already a requirement in the standard, you should get credit. But I hadn't thought about that until now. Yeah.
Hi, Brad Hebner with CalSA. I'd like to comment on what you consider to be an above and beyond measure that wouldn't happen in absence of the program. The legislation rightly says that incentives should be targeted to actions that are beyond standard industry practice. Of course, you would want that. You don't want to incentivize things that would happen anyways.
Right.
The OIR kicking off this proceeding said that the Commission intends to define that according to the list of prescriptive measures in Title 24. And I don't think that's the right metric because most builders do not use the prescriptive option. Most builders use the performance option with some of the measures that are on the list of prescription measures are not commonly used with the performance option. And solar water heating is what's mostly on my mind. Even though it's on that list, most people don't use that list. And we should instead look at the database of compliance of what builders are actually using for Title 24 compliance.
So I think what you're arguing for is you don't want pre-calculated incentives that are prescriptive. You want to use the software and calculate.
Not necessarily. I think I don't really have an opinion on that. I'm just saying don't rule out measures that are on the Title 24 list of prescriptive measures because if builders aren't really using those measures, they're not standard industry practices.
Oh, interesting.
This program can encourage it to happen.
So you're saying that we should give an incentive for a Tier 3 heat pump water heater?
Depending on whether it's actually standard.
We're already saying we're going to do that because we're using the mixed fuel home as the baseline.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm not as familiar with how many, what type of heat pumps are commonly installed in new homes, but that should be the measure. Is it truly commonly used as a building practice today rather than what's on the prescriptive list of Title 24 measures?
I understand that. Okay, thanks.
Hi.
Hi.
This should be easier than the previous callers.
That's what you think, right?
I'm Kevin Best, Real Energy up in Napa. So I just wanted, as we think about the cost of greenhouse gas, it's going to change a lot over the next few years. Using some previous vernacular, curtailment was not a thing 3 years ago. We're on track to curtail 1 million megawatt hours this year. So we are all paying to get rid of renewable energy. Now, the more we have to pay to get rid of. It's just the way it is. So as we build, we're developing several power-to-gas plants. So as we put that renewable electricity into the gas pipeline and pull it out during clean peaks, running a carbon-neutral natural gas peaker, the gas grid decarbonizes, but your cost of renewables is going up. So we're electrifying to put in more renewables, and it's not perfectly efficient to take that renewable electricity, put it in the gas grid, burn it, and then get it back to that appliance. So I would just think about your costs as we are running pell-mell into the vertical neck of the deck here with all these appliances.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon. Alan Caldwell, SoCal Gas. I'm here to be a voice for our approximately 20 million customers. And my question is, a third of those customers are some type of incentive or some type of a bill assistance. What is the plan to expand the diversity of voices in this proceeding? I see we're pretty aggressive here on August 13th. And we talk a lot about low income, but I don't see a lot of those voices and faces here. And I know resources are thin, but I've worked in environmental justice, and you have to go out there and get to churches, communities, you know, school groups, whatever it may be. Is there a plan that we can envision before the 13th that will bring more diversity, particularly low income, so that their voice can be heard without a decision being made for them without their input?
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Martha. Thanks for this. I wanted to address a couple things about resiliency. I have a good story like Rory. Thanksgiving a couple years ago, my electricity went out for 8 hours, and I was hosting 22 people. And the only thing that saved me was my gas stove and my gas barbecue. I was able to come about, and I had a natural gas generator. April 8th workshop, a woman described the Woodley fire and her survival of that fire. Her mom was on medical equipment, and natural gas generator made sure that she was, you know, she lived. It was a matter of life or death. So I think that, you know, the resiliency issue is a very serious issue. The person from Mitsubishi, you know, mentioned that a lot of gas appliances are electric now, but the gas stove, being able to cook, is critical to people surviving, being able to have the natural gas at your home so you can run a generator if the electric system goes down is critical. There's also new fuel cell technologies that I think it would be really helpful if this program can help incentivize those, especially for district heating, multifamily heating, for combined heat and power. The more options that we have to be able to be grid independent and not rely on the grid that has become more and more unreliable is going to be really important for not only those folks that are living in the paradises of the world in that wildfire-urban interface, but also for those folks that, you know, don't have the choice of buying their own home. They're going to be renting, and, you know, they should have that choice. That's the other issue. People should have that choice. And that we shouldn't be taking that choice away from them of what they should have for their own use. So that's one issue I want to raise there. The other issue is, you know, I've been hearing a lot about asthma and gas stoves killing you and things like that. I think that, you know, the California Energy Commission has done research on this. They have found that the act of cooking itself is the primary driver of indoor air quality issues and really lack of ventilation. And it's unfortunate, but as we tighten our homes don't breathe as well. And that lack of ventilation of exhausting gases from the act of cooking is really the primary driver of that, plus now our cleaning products that we use in the home. There's been a University of Texas study that was recently talked about in a couple of articles in the Daily Mail, things like that, that talked about the act of toasting. You know, if you want to toast your bread in the morning.
I love making toast.
I know. And they said you really need to be careful. I like to go a little blackened on my toast, but they said that produces as much particulate matter as standing next to a busy highway.
Oh.
It's 3,000 to 4,000 parts per million. It's a huge amount of particulate matter. I don't think the CPUC wants to ban electric toasters. I think we all know that we have things that, you know, we do every day, cleaning our house, using products that may have a little more VOCs than we'd like. But I think we need to keep that in perspective.
Okay.
And how we think about this, and we need to think about things more integrated and holistic. Renewable natural gas, I know a previous person talked about that, could be carbon negative, and it can tie into our leveraging, getting rid of carbon from hard to decarbonize sectors like the ag and waste sectors, and moving that into our building sector. And we have found that that could be a really inexpensive way of doing things. And you don't disrupt people, and you can actually you can get that RNG into the system, and it could be used for a bunch of sectors: the transportation sector, the electric sector, the building sector, and the industrial sector. So I think we need to think more futuristic about that.
Okay.
Most people, most scientists are saying that we need carbon negative type technology for the future in the mid-century. RNG can be that carbon negative. And hydrogen. Hydrogen is another one that Dr. Moniz from, President Obama's Secretary of Energy had said hydrogen is a real promising thing for us. And the previous gentleman talked about how we can move excess electricity during the day. Instead of wasting it, we can move that and make hydrogen, blend it into our natural gas system to help decarbonize it. Or combine it with, some CO2 source, some exhaust and make renewable methane. So those are some creative things that I think we need to think about so we don't lock ourselves in and entrench ourselves into a mindset that's going to miss all these opportunities that can work more holistically.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Tom Hintz of Seahold. I'd like to make a few comments on SB 1477. First of all, the main premise has been about greenhouse gas reduction. The commission is really, it's about choice, electric and gas. I don't think it needs to be a choice between the two. Let the market sort that out. Let consumers sort it out. Don't take gas off the table, primarily because the gas infrastructure requires customers on the other end to use it. The LDCs require customers to buy it. The natural gas is not just from fossil fuel sources. The previous commenter said several of the things I feel are really important. If you take away all that downstream potential demand, you're not going to have an access point for the biogas and the biogenic gas that can be made from sustainable organics. Organics aren't going away. The landfills aren't going to go away in 100 years. You're just going to have organics. So we can digest those, we can process them. We also then have a vibrant infrastructure to deliver gas, power to gas, and then also you would eliminate the hydrogen highway. What the real bottleneck is the Commission's failure to act to make organic to gas or organic fuels projects, gas injection, to be at a much more competitive price. They should create more interconnection points for the digesters and the technologies, and do that. You will take out more greenhouse gases, more short-lived climate change gases in a shorter period amount of time. All this degasification or pro-electrification, you're not going to move the needle for the next 10 or 20 years. Where will you put all those appliances? It's just a trend to eliminate options and choice. It's not the role of government to eliminate choice. Let the market sort it out. If you have to, have a differential in price, let the home builders do it out. This is just a fig leaf to just favor the electrification. Where will you get the batteries? Gas provides storage. It's dispatchable. Yes, we can move the percentage of fossil fuel lower and lower and decarbonize the gas stream. You can create a demand for that gas and allow consumers to choose that, and that'll immediately improve air quality. When the CPUC eliminated all the plants to burn all the wood from the tree waste in the valley, that has to go somewhere. We have open burning. We have worse air quality. You want to impact the communities at risk? Keep the jobs local, because they have to harvest the trees. Gas is local, and it's not some factory in China making the PV. It's not somebody somewhere else. It's somebody every day getting up, going to work, and making the gas flow. Now, thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh, I have one other question.
Okay.
Where in the world has complete electrification taken place? Berkeley, someone said?
Not yet, not yet.
All right. California likes to be first. How about we do it a little bit more thoughtfully? I don't think it's a choice between electric and gas. I think it's a choice between what we get the biggest bang for the buck on greenhouse gas reduction.
Okay.
Please address how we can lower the cost to interconnect and get more biogas projects online, creating employment consistently, local fuels, local demand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
No webinar comments. Ariel from SBUA. I have a question and a comment. My question is, what's in mind with the kickers for complex efficient design? I didn't see a definition or description of that in the plan.
No, so I think there might have been a sentence, but you had to probably look at it, and unless it didn't even make it into the final version. So we basically are saying that we should probably be a little bit flexible in terms of the other for a kicker incentive, and the example that I used was design assistance. So it could either be, combined technology where heat pump water heater, so it really efficiently heats hot water, and then that hot water goes through a radiator to also provide space heating. Or it could be the example we heard this morning where the waste cooling from a heat pump water heater actually provides air conditioning. So neither of those things are routine in residential construction.
Is it in that sense of a catch-all for
it's a catch-all.
Other compelling possibilities? Okay.
Yeah.
And then my comment is I'd like to encourage us to think broadly about the intended pilot aspect of both these programs. And I think from that perspective, it's important that we open up the range of types of projects that can be addressed by this.
Okay.
So two areas where I see a problem are the potential focus on these large builders. So if it's a focus particularly on the largest builders, or there is no cap on the amount of incentive for any given builder, it's very likely the largest builders will just take it all.
Okay.
And I think that when we lose out on the opportunity to understand how other builders in the industry, and I think those other builders in the industry are probably more similar to those who do the retrofits and other types of building that's not just new construction. And so I think we miss out on educating those groups and receiving data from those groups.
So you could propose that the number of builders is actually another metric that we would track.
Right, or that it's not, that there's a cap on
a cap on
incentive per builder.
Yeah.
Or, and similarly, I think also focusing only on the 100% electric new build, I think also runs into a similar problem, because as we saw this morning, it seems like there are a lot of consumers who are still demanding some gas, which also seems to suggest that once that gas is being put into a development, there are going to be other ways in which it's going to crop up in other structures. And I don't think the amount of incentive here is going to change that factor.
I think that's a very good point, and I would point you to the appendix I was looking at earlier today, where the baseline emissions from cooking is like an order of magnitude or less than water heating and space heating. So it's like you're letting the enemy, or being perfect, be the enemy of the good, right?
Right.
So
if you,
in other words, less than 100, I don't remember if it was kilograms per year or whatever, of emissions for cooking, for gas cooking, and by saying all electric, you don't get the majority of the emission reductions for space and water heating that somebody would otherwise want to do.
And I think the project then misses out, or the pilot misses out on reaching a wider variety of different types of systems, because there's not the funding in this program to actually make that decision point between electric and no electric. They're going to make that decision because you want Viking ranges,
and then the other
ranges, or whatever it is.
Exactly. The other example would be the 10x, solar water heating thing that, it could have a backup of electric or it could have a backup of gas, but it's getting the 10x where a heat pump might only get 3 or 4x, right? So we might not arbitrarily want to cut that option off if the backup was gas, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Sarter with the Clean Coalition. I'm really happy to see a couple of the earlier comments discuss the need for resilience, which is what I pointed out earlier. That's why energy storage is very necessary. Energy storage doesn't have to be electrochemical. It can be a lot of different things, hydro, mechanical. So there's a lot of different technologies there. But I'm going to put on a different hat. I'm also a designer, builder, developer of zero-net energy and zero-net or net positive energy buildings. And the absolute lowest hanging fruit is creating efficiency in the thermal envelope of the building. And then as one of the other comments suggested, that you can create internal sources of pollution that you have to address. So the answer is you put in heat recovery ventilation, which helps save energy, creates a much healthier indoor environment overall. But I didn't see that there were any incentives necessarily being attributed to that.
So there should be a category under space heating and space cooling, or maybe just space heating for envelope efficiency.
Okay, great.
And that's where that would get captured.
Okay.
But,
it's also thermal energy storage, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. And then there was a kicker incentive for thermal energy storage.
Great. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah. And it's the other technology that's coming forward that I haven't heard mentioned for storage is vehicle-to-building energy, and that's technology that is about to be deployed in the market. Beginning of 2020, I'm bringing a system in. I think that holds a lot of promise as well. So you can really start to value stack these different sources. Your vehicle is your energy storage. It's your transportation that moves goods, et cetera. So,
okay,
yeah.
Great.
Thanks.
Yeah, hi, Martha. My first comment was going to be to keep things simple in terms of incentives. So I was actually going to make a comment in favor of doing a per-building incentive, especially on new build.
Right.
I just heard Ariel's arguments for doing things piecemeal and leaving a gas option in houses, and those are interesting. So
I feel the same
I can
way.
see arguments on both sides of that, but the idea of incentivizing stoves, for instance, and then incentivizing the heat pump, it seems redundant. What you really want to do is get people to think about how to build a carbon-free home. So that was the argument in terms of that. The other thing is I just wanted to, I know it's repetitive, I heard you listening to me, but talk about focus on market transformation. So you made a comment maybe 10 commenters back about how combining heat pumps with storage could lead to greater sort of efficiency in reducing greenhouse gas and by doing load shifting. And maybe that was worth greater incentives. And my thoughts about that is that it's just when you start to think about how to optimize each incentive, you're getting away from the larger vision of market transformation, which is really about growing the market and not worrying too much about whether you've optimized each investment, but whether builders are more familiar with the technology, customers are demanding the technology, installers know how to install it, and are recommending the technology. And so when you come from it from that perspective, I think it's a much simpler problem, and you don't get caught up in all of the sort of arcane calculations of optimizing each installment, but rather you think about how can I really get this market ball rolling, and then you let the market take care of it, because those people will optimize. When the technology is more widely available, people for whom it's more optimal will look around and say, this is an option now for me. They might not have thought about it before. So you achieve the same ends, but I think you have a much more simple public policy proposition and much more simple aims, and you don't have to get caught up in thinking about, and to that end, the metrics I noticed should be focused really on building markets and building in different market segments. It's not just one market, obviously. There's going to be lots of different segments, both climate zone and housing type and income levels and such. And tracking not just how you're doing in those segments, but also whether people are liking the technology, whether they're recommending it to neighbors and those kinds of things. Customer acceptance. So yeah, that's my big comment, is don't get too caught up on optimizing energy savings, because that's not the point. The point is that, in a sense, to get to our goals, we're going to need to have a whole lot of this. And so it's going to have to not just be where it's optimal, but everywhere.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and I think that's definitely those are the two ends of the scale we're trying to balance.
Yeah, market transformation.
Well, and I think that there's a real, especially if you look at the history of the Energy Commission, where we spend a lot of money giving all these options to builders so that they have various ways to comply with our code. And so it would be natural for us to say, okay, well, now we'll give you lots of options for a new building incentive. But at the same time, I completely agree with you that really we want that whole building to be low carbon. And if you just did these things, these very limited number of things, we would consider you low carbon, so we should just give you that incentive and forget about all the math.
Well, I would aim for the people who most benefit, because they're the most likely to adopt early. But in the end, I'm not so concerned about whether the next person I give an incentive to is the perfect person so much as whether that increases the chances of yet someone else adopting and yet someone else adopting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
George Nesbitt, HERS Rater. So the People's Republic of Berkeley could not implement the HERS rating system to educate the citizens for fear that the state was going to force them to replace their single-pane wood windows. Yet they can force everyone to have an all-electric new home. And I was born in the city of Berkeley, so I can criticize it. So if you're going to do an all-electric program, are you going to incentivize projects in Berkeley if they're required to be all electric?
Yeah, I think we would, right? Because we're still saying that the mixed fuel home is the baseline. Yeah.
You know, I think one of the problems with so many of our programs is we're always so technology widget focused. The reality is we need to, someone on WebEx asked, what's the role for the architect? And as I said earlier, both new construction and existing has a lot of the same problems. You could take a good design and bad construction can ruin it. You can take a bad design, construction might be able to save it. New Building Institute's got lots of data. You can show that, you know, basically similar buildings or similar uses have a wide range of new buildings of energy use. So the better ones had better design. They had better construction. We know things like commissioning is very vital. So I think we need to really focus more. If you teach an architect how to design a good building, and they do it on every building, as opposed to, well, we got this project, we got to get 10% better than code to get this incentive or to meet this CTAC or whatever requirement. You know, what have you done? The earlier we get involved in projects, the easier it is to shift and to come up with better decisions and not have it value engineered out. So if we can educate architects, general contractors, trade people, if we can get them to learn how to do their job right and well and to make good choices and implement that emergency water heater situation may actually be a better replacement and not just a slap.
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do with the technical assistance portion of the build program.
And that would be market transformation because we've got every day there's retrofits, whether it's single measure, multiple measure, additions, it's happening. We live in this world of a program and 6% participation rate, and well, what's the rest of the market doing? You know, maybe we need to incentivize pulling a permit on existing buildings more. That's the incentive for you to pull the permit. What you do, we almost don't care.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Yarnall-Lurie, and I represent the Sierra Club and the law program. I just wanted to make a quick comment that I was heartened to hear in your presentation that you're considering a 30% floor for low-income incentives, that potentially that number could be higher, since I know the Sierra Club and other groups have commented that certainly frontline communities don't deserve to not see these incentives, and it would be important to ensure that a good component of this program is aimed at those.
Okay.
I also wanted to mention there's been a lot of rhetoric today, I think, about gas, and I think, you know, these programs, the intent seems to be about decarbonization, and I'm not sure that the rhetoric about gas really, you know, appropriately belongs within the four corners of this proceeding. So I think transparency and moving forward and looking at, you know, truly decarbonized solutions would be important. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bruce Severance, Mitsubishi Electric. I wanted to just point out that we've been talking about hydrogen and power to gas scenarios since the mid-1980s that I can remember, and that it's been always 20 years out. Like 10 years go by and they say, oh, it's still 20 years out. So, and I don't think that that's necessarily greenwashing. I think it's been a difficult goal to attain. And I think that some of the comments on the part of gas advocates today are valid. There should be kind of a moonshot program to try to get that scenario off the ground and achieve economies of scale. And certainly there's a role for that in California. The idea of running that in peaker plants, or a lot of industrial applications are going to require high heat, aircraft, trucking infrastructure. There's so many applications where we need that as part of the solution regardless, and it can certainly supplement the RNG, which currently it's projected can only meet about 20% of current projected demand for 2050, and if we are really good at energy efficiency, it might meet 30 or 35%. So, if there was a way to, satisfy that where it wasn't just another prototype program, but that it actually got into some kind of economies of scale to bring the cost down, I think that would be an exciting innovation and a critical part of the global solution. So, I don't think that those of us that talk about electrification in the residential sector are in any way adverse to that. We just don't see that happening. There's a skepticism about it. And I've heard, some of my friends on the environmental advocacy side say that they think it's greenwashing, and I don't believe that it is. I think that that's a viable technology and one that we should look closely at. But at the same time, if we're talking about leveling the playing field, which I agree with in principle, we should look at the historic subsidies for gas exploration and extraction over the last 50 to 100 years. And now we distinctly have a problem with carbon emissions, and 85% of our greenhouse gas emissions are from burning fossil fuels, and about 5% is what I understand is associated with methane emissions. And some of the estimates, there's a range of estimates on just how great a problem that is. So, that's 90% of the problem, and we do need to electrify where we can. So I think all that being said, I want to agree in principle with the idea of a level playing field and perhaps other legislative initiatives that hold out an X Prize kind of competition for how to make power to gas really happen, and not just on a prototype level. I think it would be super to see that accelerated in some way.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you all for staying for the day, and if there's no other WebEx questions, then we're going to have Roy wrap up.
Yeah, unless you have any final comments. I just have a couple. I'm sure you are. Well, thank you all for being here, and especially for you that haven't left already, and sticking it out to the end. I think we've had a lot of really good and thoughtful discussion and comments and questions, so we really appreciate that. And also, just this is a $50 million a year program, which we've heard over and over again isn't that much for the task at hand. But I do want to remind you that there are two other proceedings where this kind of program is being considered, where these kind of incentives are being considered. One is the SGIP proceeding, which I already mentioned, regarding energy storage and qualifying water heaters for that. The other is the energy efficiency proceeding, and this is like the first time I've been to one of these decarbonization proceedings where the three-prong test does not come up, which is kind of amazing. But that's what's being... Yeah, there's a vote Thursday. So that's being considered by the Commission right now to revise the three-prong test. So that's kind of happening in the energy efficiency proceeding. So that's going on as well. So this is just, kind of one piece in a jigsaw puzzle of different program opportunities out there. The last thing I want to do is thank the CEC staff for coming here and helping out. We've got the IT department, we got a court reporter, we got we have Martha, we have the analysts, and it's great. It's the second time they've traveled to one of these workshops, because we had one in LA in April, and they traveled to that. So I think next time we have one of these, it's definitely your turn. No, yeah. And so I just wanted to make sure that, that we really appreciate your coming out and helping out, and you've been excellent collaborators and partners on this whole project, and, it's been great. It's been a great collaboration. So thank you all for your participation. Thanks.